Are we good to begin? All good? All right, perfect. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, April 15th. Just one study session topic for tonight. We have utilities of South Platte Renew Director Pieter van Rij and Victor Rachael as well with the Public Works Director here to present the preliminary 2025 to 2029 capital projects list for water, sewer, and stormwater enterprise funds. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us tonight. With me, like I said, is Victor, or like Mayor said, is Victor Rachael, who's going to cover the Stormwater Enterprise Fund, and I'll cover the water and the sewer. With me as well is Deputy Director of Business Solutions and Engineering for Utilities, Sarah Stone. And so if you stump me with a question, I'm going to defer to her. So hopefully we got it covered. Okay, so what we're going to cover is these three funds, enterprise funds, which are the three main utility enterprise funds tonight, as far as it relates to our capital planning for next year, the next 5 years, and then some longer term strategic planning. So from a utilities perspective, I think over the last 4 years, you can see that we've been working to address what's largely distilled down into these two main areas, which is modernize the utility, which includes investment, replacing the aging assets, the maintenance programs, system optimization, staffing levels. So that aspect of the utility that has been deferred maintenance, lack of investment, lack of resources, has been one piece of modernizing the utility. The second piece is, as part of that, is to improve the customer experience. So we, for the water system, we produce a product that we deliver to everyone's home, and we have gotten feedback that product could probably be improved at times. And so you can see one of the main areas is taste, odor, and hardness. But we've also done a lot of work to improve our customer service, our transparency from a financial perspective, so that there's really strong transparency into our processes and how work is done. We're executing tens of millions of dollars of capital, and so we want to make sure that we have systems in place so that people can understand how we're executing that capital. And so we've done a lot of work to build those systems for that transparency, and then ultimately working on how our customers will interface with their billing. So you can see the focus that I talked about for water and sewer is taste, odor, and hardness from a drinking water perspective. Lead service lines is a huge priority for us. We've figured out a way in the past 4 years to be able to address what was an unfunded program or minimally funded program to a program that we can execute, we believe, in the next 3 to 5 years, and remove that hazard from our system, of which we think about 3,000 of the 11,000 service connections that are lead. And then we talked about aging infrastructure and that lack of investment. You can see in 2024, things that we have going on are the AMI program that helps with the ensuring that we're accurately collecting the right information in terms of usage, so that people are being billed appropriately for what they're using. It also allows for more resolution into what the user is using from a water usage perspective. So it gives a lot more ability for the user to understand how they're using water. We're doing a lot of work on improving the space for utilities staff. So we've staffed up a lot with operations and engineers and people that you need in order to run a modern utility. And with that comes a need for housing for places for those people to work. And so we've got a few projects underway for that, as well as modernizing some of the operational spaces that we have so that they can do their jobs a little bit more easily. And then the last one on the list is City Ditch, which is major project, piping City Ditch from the Chatfield down to the Allen plant. You see we've worked a lot over the last several years in securing funding to do all this. It started with the WIFIA program, where we secured $38.5 million of low interest loans for water and 22 for sewer. And then later on tonight, the council will be hearing the item for the $40 million in state revolving fund loan that we were approved for and secured, which in this one includes not just the loan through the state revolving fund, but also access to that federal money that came out during part of the infrastructure bill. When that came out, I know there was a number of questions. You know, are we going to be able to access some of that money? And we did. We were able to access within that $10 million of principal forgiveness, which is basically federal money that we get as a grant that we don't have to pay back, and that's to help us with our lead removal program. And then additionally, we received that $3 million from an American Rescue Plan Act. So you can see we've secured a significant amount of funding. As you look at this, this is where we have distilled down and optimized our capital planning for the next several years. You can see we're still in the peak of addressing a lot of that backlog of projects that has been building over several years. So you can see the category of space improvements. We talked about that. I think we have 4 or 5 temporary trailers going right now. 4 temporary trailers where we're housing people, and so we're making improvements so that those go away. We actually have permanent facilities. EI&C is electrical instrumentation and control, so that's all the controls of the water plant and the pump stations and upgrades to those systems, those electrical systems. Many of them are out of date. The process improvements at the water plant, so that within that one you can see one we've talked about a lot is the solids handling improvement. And so that'll be the construction aspect of that project. So we have the centrifuge on order. This will be to install that. And then the AMI program. And then you can see the water distribution system improvements. So this is the piping throughout the city. We want an annual investment program on that to ensure that we can, over the next several decades, identify and on a rotation, improve and replace pipes that are just getting too old. There's also the Hamden improvements. As that project moves forward, we have the water component of that. And then we've talked a bit before about the valve replacement project. We think we're knocking a lot of those valves out right now, but we'll still continue to execute that from a programmatic perspective. And you get down to water supply projects, you can see City Ditch there. And then the last 2 are Meadow Creek improvements. So Meadow Creek is that system up outside of Fraser that the city's a part owner in, and it's actually administered by Denver Water. They do projects when they execute projects on the Meadow Creek system. They notify us, and we have to pay our proportionate share for those projects. So if you recall, it's Meadow Creek Reservoir and Dam, and there's a 10-mile pipeline that's associated with that as well that the city owns that is part of our raw water supply system. And so you can see in the 5-year that all totals to approximately $53 million. And then you add the lead program. And the lead program, we anticipate starting this year in 2024, and that'll carry through 25 and 26. And the total cost in 25 and 26 is $30 million. That assumes that we're spending $10 million this year once we initiate that program. So the 5-year you can see is a total of just under $84 million. On the sewer fund, really the bulk of the sewer fund is the proportionate share of, or the 50% share of the city's responsibility for South Platte Renew. And then there's proportionate shares of the office space and staffing needs for those staff that both do work in the water fund and the sewer fund. And then ongoing programmatic investment in sewer manholes and piping. Fortunately, our sewer system is actually in pretty good shape. Once we cambered it, it's a lot of clay pipe, but if clay pipe remains undisturbed, it's actually a really good, strong system. and ours is actually in pretty decent shape, which was a nice surprise. So if you think about how we got here, so if we go back to 2019, we started with master planning process as our first round of master plans in 2019. Essentially, that identified all the gaps and all the needs. And then we moved through addressing rates and fees in 2020, increased rates and fees, added a capital investment fee to invest in the water system. We completed those master plans. We initiated the WIFIA letter of interest. We then adopted new rates and fees in 2021 and executed the WIFIA application in 2021. Also did that connector district analysis, if you recall that, when we changed the proportionate of how we charge for the sewer, the connector districts versus the in-city residents, and made that more fair based on the ownership model, and then closed the loan for WIFIA in April, May of 2022. Then we move forward with these initiatives of taste, odor, and hardness, treatment plant optimization, which we've spent a tremendous amount of time and effort on, the billing system that we're still working towards a go live on, ideally in the next couple months. We then initiated the SRF application, and that was a result of back in 2020, we didn't have lead service lines funded more than $1 million a year, and it's a at that point in time, we were thinking it might be as much as an $80 million program. Fortunately, right now we believe that the max it'll be is a $40 million program. But we needed to find some other funding source for that, and that's where the SRF and the timing of the bipartisan infrastructure law money, which is where that money nationally is being invested in lead service lines. We actually were second in line behind Denver Water for that money because we were prepared and ready to go. And that's why we're getting the max amount of $10 million of grant for that. And then you can see what we're continuing to work on, which is the lead program, optimizing or changing our water and sewer rate structures to be more modern. We're still on a declining block rate system, which our water efficiency plan identified as we need to fix that. I think we're the only ones in the state that still has a declining block rate. We should be, everybody else is an inclining block rate, which means as you use more water, it costs more. So that's just a legacy issue that we'll be fixing. AMI and then lead service line replacements will get going in earnest later on this year. So from 2020 to today, this is what we're doing. So these are all the projects that we've initiated, programs that we've initiated, things that we identified as deficiencies in that initial master plan that we have moved forward in addressing and are trying to address in a short period of time. If you recall, when we've talked about this, it took 30 or 40 years to get here, and we're trying to get out of here in a short period of time. And our estimate is that it'll be about 7 years. And so we're in the 4th year of those 7 years. You can see the 5-year CIP totals are 123 million, and then you go to the 10-year and it's 147, and that's because it's assuming that there's this initial amount that we're addressing now, and we'll do that through that funding with WIFIA and SRF. So what does that look like in a graphical form? And so this next set of slides somewhat tells that story of how we funded things. So back in 2020, this is what we had. We had about $10.2 million in fund balance, and our rates were just enough to cover the minimal level of operations that we were executing. And so if the blue line is the need. So based on all those projects that we've identified, that's what we're trying to address. And we had about 10.2 million, so that's the green. And then we did that initial capital investment fee, and then got into a steady program of rate increase every 4.5 years to make sure that the 4.5% keeps up with operational cost increases, and that capital investment fee is to invest back into the systems themselves. And so you can see over that period it generates about 25.2 million. Then you add to it 3 million of ARPA. And then the next big investment, or the next big revenue source is WIFIA. So when we got WIFIA, when we secured WIFIA, that you can see what now we're starting to get to the point where we can accomplish that backlog in a 7-year period. So then you add to that the bipartisan infrastructure law money, and that's $10 million in grant principal forgiveness. That's the lighter color, and then the loan from that bill is the other color on that one, the darker color. And then this is the SRF portion. So you can see now we've gotten to the point where we've assembled all this funding to be able to address this backlog. And this is through low interest loans, grants, securing as many funding sources as we can to address this. As you can see, there's the white area is still a gap that we're trying to address. So the first step in that is what we'd be proposing this year, which is with that money that comes through the infrastructure law and the SRF, it's debt. The 10 million is grant, but the other 30 million is low interest loan. And so that's a new debt issuance that we would issue. And so we would we're recommending a $5 lead removal program fee to align with the 30 years of that debt issuance. And so that's a new fee that we're recommending this year. And so you can see what that does is adds that thin green line. And what that does is that helps with the payback of the debt service on those loans. And we'll talk a little bit more what that looks like. So that leaves us with some funding gaps that in the near term, we show about 5.5 million in funding gap from that peak down to about 2027. We think we can work with that. We think by refining how we're executing projects, maybe some of the timing. We're also pushing on a couple of our projects to see if we can get better pricing. We think that next 5.5 million that gets us through about 2028. We think we can push on that one and make some adjustments to address that. Then you get into that next dark pink. And the next dark pink, we would see that as likely another debt issuance. The biggest thing that we're focused on from our long-term financing plan from a debt issuance perspective is debt coverage ratio. And we have there's a minimum debt coverage ratio in the WIFIA loans of 1.15. And our debt coverage ratio it's about 1.6, 1.7 when we get into these lower years, which means we have availability to issue more debt, which is a good thing. And so that pink, so maybe in the 2028, 29 timeframe, so 4 or 5 years from now, we might be looking at a debt issuance at that period of time of, it looks like about, 11 or $12 million. So not a large debt issuance, but enough to carry us through to about 2031. And then from 2031 out, what we're working on now is we need to build some kind of a long-term sustainable systematic investment or revenue source for long-term investment in the capital needs of the utility, such that we don't do all this work, get it done, and then stop investing in it over time, and then be back in this situation 20 years from now or 15 years from now. And so we haven't gotten that figured out yet. But we have 8 years to do that, is what we believe. So there's one option where we could just keep issuing debt until we are out of the ability to issue debt, but that's not sustainable. So we're looking at ways that we can utilize that capital investment fee at the appropriate level to ensure that long-term we're investing $4 to $5 million a year annually into the upkeep of the system. So this is the pipes, the pump station, the plant, all those kinds of ongoing capital investment needs. And then if we have some issue around PFAS or something like that, then we can issue a debt if there's a non-predictable thing. So we're trying to address the predictable 8 years from now, but thinking about it today so that we're building towards that, leaving us the ability to address not unpredictable if something comes along from a regulatory perspective or if we have some catastrophic failure that we have to address. So that is how we've essentially broken this up in phases. So you can see the first 3 years has been ramping up to we're right in the heavy part of the next, from 23 to 27 is really where we're going to be executing a lot of capital investment. The most significant of which is removing the lead service lines, which regulatorily we're going to have to do at some point in time. We're just doing it on the front end, and we're able to access that money as part of that. And then you can see the future need, which is what we continue to work on from a long-term stable financial planning for the water utility, so that there's sustainable investment. So what does that look like? So you've seen these charts before. We expanded the comparisons, so we continue to want to make sure we're drawing apples to apples comparisons to our neighbors or other water utilities to see where we're falling. And you can see if we use the 6,000 gallons per month as somewhat of a typical user year-round average month to month, that you can see we're near the bottom. Englewood 24 rates is at the bottom, and the proposed, this would including that $5 fee, is second from the bottom, next to Littleton. Now Littleton, nobody else has raised their rates yet, so we assume that these will all get farther away if you're to the right and closer if you're to the left to where we are. And you can see where the average is in there too. So if you look at it from a lower water use, so if you're a low water user in the city of Englewood, it moves into the middle. So we're not the cheapest anymore, but we're also not near we're not nearly as expensive, and we're also not near the average. So if you're a 2,000 gallon per month user, it's still an affordable system. If you use 10,000 gallons, so if you think about people's usage during the winter, they might be low at 2,000. During the summer, they might be at 10,000 if they're watering their lawn or things like that. You can see what happens when you use more water. It actually ends up moving us back over towards the inexpensive, or the least expensive of the comparison. The other thing I want to add to this is we've talked about, so this is water. Water is in blue, green is in sewer. And then there's a lot of entities out there that have a mill levy. And that mill levy is dedicated to, so it's a property tax dedicated to their water system. And so you can see in the pink there, we've done some research to find some of those comparison agencies that have a mill levy on top that's dedicated to water, because what it looks like is the month-to-month bill is a lot lower until you look at the annual property tax, and then when you take the annual property tax amount divided by 12, you can see it stacks on top of that. So I mean, an example of that would be Platte Canyon there, where the bill looks like it's lower until you add the property tax amount, and then it becomes more in line with where the rest of us are. And so we also included stormwater. It doesn't show up well on here, which we'll have to change the coloring on this because I thought it was going to, it does not show up well. But what we're trying to do with the stormwater is we're trying to stack the stormwater on this as well, because a customer in the city sees their bill. They don't necessarily understand that it's not all three independently enterprise funds. They see what their bill is. And so we want to look at the full bill comparison compared to everyone else. The difficulty with stormwater is the entities that charge for stormwater do not necessarily always have the same boundaries as the water and sewer provider. And so we're working more on this. We still think that this is underrepresenting the stormwater costs across the Front Range, but we're starting to add that in so that you can start to see that there is that our bill is moving up. It's still under the average, but we also want to make sure that if we add revenue to the water, that we don't hamper or hamstring the sewer and the stormwater fund. So we have to look at this collectively as a whole, or as a bill. So our recommendation for water would be to fund our capital as proposed, would be the $5 a month. It generates $666,000. And you can see what we anticipate the debt service for the two new SRF related loans, that being approximately $1.9 million. So it's about a third of that debt service. So it doesn't take care of all of it, but it takes care of some of it. And we think that that really is the sweet spot for unlocking this money from the feds, while also not, dramatically increasing the bill to a point where it becomes unaffordable. And then we would continue with our annual increases from an operations perspective and another capital investment. So I can either stop at water. Well, you tell me how you'd like me to go.
I was going to say, I think it might be best if we just continue through
Okay.
the entire presentation and then have questions towards the end. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Actually, I think it might be better to do it by section, because by the time we get to the end of all of them, there will be a lot more questions.
No, I understand.
I will just say the other two go a lot faster than the first
Yeah.
one. So
we
keeping
think
that
at
in
this
mind.
point, so.
What's that?
So we think at this point, so.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
In terms of
Well,
presentation.
I'll ask members of council, any preference in terms of just asking questions by topic or continue through the entire presentation? Go ahead, Mayor Protem.
I think continue through with the short presentations so we can take it all together at the same time.
No preference on your end, or? No preference? Okay, so we'll just continue through the end for these
Okay.
last two. Thank you.
So South Platte Renew, this again is actually fairly quick, because we're actually in the process of updating our capital program right now. So the numbers you'll see are going to change. But just a general overview for everybody, South Platte Renew is a joint venture between the two cities, 300,000 customers, 19 connector districts, co-owned by 50-50 ownership between the two cities. So each city invests 50%. Here are our strategic priorities: proactive long-range planning and investment, fiscal responsibility. I would add transparency to that as well. Innovation and partnerships. This is to stay ahead of continuing pressure from regulatory issues in the wastewater space. SPR Safe has been a huge priority for our employees, since we're a large industrial facility. And then employee experience. We want to attract and retain the best employees for our organization. Our capital program, most of these projects they're being revised right now. We just received the results from our 2024 master plan, which has been underway for about the last 6 months. And so this is, a lot of these projects are similar. However, this will change the next time I bring this forward. It will have a more updated version of this table. The one number that I would like you all to look at is in the lower right corner. That's $73,688,000. That's the 5-year total for the city as it relates to South Platte Renew. We anticipate that number being right around 80. We've checked with both city enterprise funds, so the Englewood Sewer Utility Enterprise Fund and Littleton's finance director and their enterprise fund, and that 80 million number fits with their standard, the standard sets of rate increases that have been talked about on an annual basis. So it doesn't push anything out of whack from a financial planning perspective. But like I said, these projects have been refined and will be updated. Generally, what we're following is about 16 million a year is about the investment we need. It might go up a little bit, it might go down a little bit, but it's generally about that to maintain an ongoing appropriate investment in the systems over at South Platte Renew. Now I'm going to turn it over to Director Rachael to talk about stormwater.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Victor Rachael, Director of Public Works. So stormwater, looking at our funding sources, so we secured a $10 million bond in July of 2021. And in addition, we also secured a $26 million loan in October 2022. During that process, we did evaluate a financial perspective. Was it better to go with the bond or the loan? The loan came in as a more financially viable and saving money from a repayment standpoint. We also collaborate heavily with Mile High Flood District, recently just approving several IGAs at a 50-50 match. And we also anticipate for the 2025 year budget, adjusting similar to how we did for the 2024 budget, tracking inflation. And right now it's looking like that's going to come in based on the construction cost indexed, somewhere around 5%. We'll know more as we get further into the year. We also are planning to do a rate study, 5-year rate study later this year, so that in 2025 and moving forward into 2026, we'll be leaning on that rate study to see where we're at versus our surrounding community, as well as inflation and projects. We've also pursued multiple grants listed there at the bottom. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in those attempts with FEMA. We will continue to look for those opportunities and pursue those as they come available. So our stormwater focus is currently on mapping, inventorying, and condition assessment to check and see how our pipes are doing, and maintaining that infrastructure in a more proactive manner. As of last week, our stormwater team is now fully staffed. So we'll be out in the field and making sure and checking our inlets and pipes and making sure things are running. Last is constructing improvements to provide that additional capacity and improve system reliability. Big projects in 2024, I think everybody's aware, the South Englewood Flood Reduction Project. Site A, the pipelining just wrapped up. Site B is underway right now. They've demoed all the buildings and they're in the process of digging the pond, and they're going to move into tunneling very shortly for that project. Old Hampton Utilities, as Peter touched on, it's a joint project between the utilities team and Public Works Stormwater. We're trying to leverage that construction and mobilization so that we're working together, upsizing stormwater, but also upsizing water lines and addressing utilities at the same time. And last, inventory and condition assessment. We completed the north half of the city last year. The south half was just approved, and they began work in the last 2 weeks. So that is now in process for the south half of the city. Just a balanced summary here for the enterprise fund. So you can see in January, we estimated we were a little over $7 million. Our sources, again, going back to the loan and the bond, we do anticipate a large chunk of that getting used, and that is primarily due to Site A and B advancing. And at the end of the year, we are looking somewhere around $9 million. We do expect Site B to be complete at the end of the year, and so we'll be working on closeout. Here's a list of our projects looking out 2025 through 2029. Again, you got the hospital project, South Englewood, and that's encumbering those funds. Then repairs and rehabilitation to existing system needs, and that's based on our condition assessment. As we move through those, addressing those big projects and those gaps and needs in the system. Dry Gulch Master Plan, again, coordinating with Mile High Flood District, that's a 50-50 match. And the South Englewood Drainage Plan, again, a 50-50 match with Mile High Flood District. And then last, our small area drainage improvements. Those are spot improvements, whether that's in replacing a grate that clogs regularly, maybe adding an additional grate if one's not located in a correct location, and things like that. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have on stormwater, and then we can open it up to utilities. And
Thank you very much, directors,
all the way
for
around.
the presentation. Who would like to start off with questions? Go ahead, Member Wright.
How'd you know? Thank you so much. Director Rachael, thank you so much. I just had a couple questions.
Sure.
On these, the Tier 1 capital projects, have all of these always been Tier 1, or have they recently, some of these been bumped up to Tier 1?
Most of these have been Tier 1.
They have?
Yes.
Okay. And do we know why we didn't get that grant money? Do they tell us, oh, it was awarded to someone else for these reasons, or do they just say, so sorry?
Initially, they say, so sorry. We have reached out and received some feedback and looked for ways to improve our grant writing, and if we missed something FEMA was looking for. So there is a follow-up conversation trying to better our process and applications moving forward.
Okay, all right. That's all I have with this portion. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Director Rochelle, I'll ask a question. There's quite a bit of improvements still to go with the South Englewood stormwater drainage area. I know there's been some concerns by voiced during public comment that we're not following the plan of, I believe it's the Hazen plan. Are you able to speak to whether or not we are following the Hazen Plan, or just any confusion about, some of the improvements that we're making around the South Englewood drainage?
Yeah, great question. So we are following the improvements in the Hazen Plan in the order that were provided. In addition to the ULTIG plan. The ULTIG plan took those and refined them. We have completed all the ACOMA improvements, including upsizing some pipes in ACOMA, removing an issue with a hydraulic jump due to change in pipe diameter, elliptical pipe versus a round pipe, and then adding inlets, and also the analysis there along with site A and B. So we are currently following the plan. You may recall we also have in the works with Maui Flood District a master plan update coming. So that'll inform going forward. And so we're working on and from the best information that we have at the moment.
Thank you, Director. And it is a 25-year plan, correct? Okay. Thank you so much. Member Prang, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So just in looking toward potentially being more proactive in maintenance of our overall systems, which seems to be a large reason as to why we got where we're at and we're investing so much in the coming year.
Yes.
Can you just speak to me a little bit about that? Like, how do we get to a more proactive stance? And would that include things like, we've cleaned and filmed the north half of the city, and you referenced that we have a lot of clay pipes still that are in good condition. But are we looking toward potentially replacing some of those? Would that be part of a strategy to get more proactive so that we're not 20 years from now having another crisis?
I'll cover stormwater, and then I'll pass it to Peter. So on the stormwater side, our stormwater operations team has put together a plan to evaluate and clean pipes behind our current process so that we're staying on top of it. Last year, we cleaned just under 400 inlets and pipes. Some, we believe, maybe haven't been cleaned in 10 years, plus or minus. In addition to that, we have established some protocols for some known areas that may be of concern. Those are actively checked before any rain event over a quarter inch or more, in addition to collaborating with teams outside of public works. That includes utilities, parks, and traffic operations as well, to take a look at those. So yes, we are trying to get out there, and we're trying to also take the information from the analysis to your question about, are we going to be replacing things? If the condition assessment comes back that, hey, there's a pipe that's not in great shape, we will use that information, develop a project, and come in and replace that section of pipe. And I'll let Peter speak to the clay sewer.
So on the sewer side, so this is a sanitary sewer. What we did over the last year is we did a video tape. So a little machine ran down every length of pipe that we have and did a video documentation of the condition of the pipe. And as a whole, the system came back in actually fairly good shape, which as long as the clay pipe is not being disturbed, clay pipe will last a long, long time. And so that's where, as our way of ensuring that we don't get behind on that is a rotation of doing that video work we want to do it once every 7 years, where it's either once every 5 years or once every 7 years, where we're going through the entire system on a third, and a third, to ensure that the system is not deteriorating in a place where a small problem becomes a large problem.
And does that, does filming the pipes occur more regularly in areas of the city where potentially there's more trees? So knowing that roots from trees can disrupt some of our old clay pipes, et cetera, do we have a more regular cadence than 7 years to be looking at those areas within the city?
So as it relates to not specifically, I mean, if we know we have known problem areas, we will look at those more. We'll look at and maintain those more often. I think the issue with root intrusion is the clay pipes for the main systems are really, really deep. So it doesn't become as big of a problem. But if we start to see a problem with root intrusion, we'll definitely go in and figure out what's going on topside to address it, so that we don't create a problem where it starts breaking apart the joints. So there's not really a specific, the reason why we're going to go with the every 5 year, and I'll get the, next time I present, I'll tell you what the actual rotation is. I believe it's every 5 years. Is because that's industry standard. So industry standard is we're going to follow the industry standard of how often we should be doing this. And what we did it all at once to baseline it, and then we're going to follow industry standard to here on out to make sure that we don't get behind.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you both.
Member Russell, did you have a question? I saw you leaning, but no? Okay. Member Wright?
Thank you. Just to piggyback off of Member Prank, with those clay pipes, has there been discussions? I know that once they start breaking down and stuff becomes a problem, and it's kind of a domino effect. Has there been discussions just like what has been done on Oxford, where they have lined that big pipe there on as a preventative, I guess, going in some of those clay pipes and lining those clay pipes to prevent bigger problems from happening in the future? Has those discussions taken place?
Yes, that's absolutely the approach to dealing with deep sanitary clay pipe is to line it with a new liner.
Right.
And then it just basically reestablishes it at a brand new pipe. You're not digging up the streets, you're not digging up the alleys, things like that. So that is the approach. And as we start to see areas that look like they need more attention, that would be the priority for lining. But that is the technology to address problem areas for sanitary sewer, as well as what they did on the storm sewer.
And I'm not the expert, but if a clay pipe starts deteriorating and stuff, you would not be able to line it, correct? You would have to dig up wherever it is.
No, I mean, typically they can even work as it starts to deteriorate. They can get it through in a way that that reestablishes the circular nature of that clay
Just
pipe.
depending on the
Depends
condition.
on how, I mean, if it's collapsed, yeah, that's a problem. But if it's misaligned joints or it's separating joints, a clay line or a liner can go through that and then basically take care of that problem without issue.
Okay, so it's just a matter of keep an eye, and
Yep.
I would think it'd be better to take care of it sooner than later and stuff. All right, thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. My question is for Director Van Rye. With regards to the $5 a month fee for the lead replacement, I'm just kind of trying to anticipate the kind of feedback we might get from the community. I know we may have some people who have already replaced their own lead service line. And then many others, we already have a website that shows who has lead service lines and who doesn't. I can anticipate some feedback saying, I don't have one, or I replaced mine. Why are we assessing this fee to everyone equally? And if I've understood that correctly.
No, it's something we talked about at length, and there's two aspects of this. So if you think about a lead service line, there's a lead service line component that's part of the system as a whole, which is the public side of it. So that piece is the part that's under the street, requires a street cut, and then is replaced up to the point of either the meter pit outside or the curb stop. Mm-hmm. And then from the curb stop into the home is the homeowner's piece. And the way we haven't done the full accounting on this yet because we don't know the exact number yet. But that $10 million of grant money is what we believe is something that is something that can be, that doesn't cost the rest of the citizens anything. And that can be targeted towards the individual line of that person who has a lead service line. Mm-hmm. The part that's part of the city, it's a part of the city network. And so I liken it to if you're the home that's right next to the water plant, the amount of pipe it takes to get water to your house is less than if you're the person you're the home that's 3 miles or 5 miles away from the water plant. But we don't charge those homeowners differently because one's closer to the plant versus one's farther from the plant. It's a system need as a whole, and we look at it from a system perspective. So as it relates to those lead service lines that are part of the distribution system, it's still a part of the distribution system. It's just no longer a 4-inch pipe or a 6-inch pipe. It's a 1-inch pipe. And that's where we think the investment across the utility is important, because it's addressing a component of the distribution system.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to go back to the graph where you filled it in with all the loans, that one right there. So when we take out all these loans, what is the length that it takes for the loan to be paid back? Will it be paid back in that little square or no?
No, so the reason you take out a loan like this is because what you're trying to do is you're trying to spend a lot of money in a short period of upfront time, and then you pay for it over time. So the SRF loans have a 30-year payback. The WIFIA loans actually have a 35-year payback. And if you think about the systems that we're investing in with this, they are long-term systems. So they are systems that last for decades. They don't just last for, a few years. And if we tried to do all that work, which is the needs that we believe are the needs of the system to modernize it based on the years of underinvestment, if we were to do that with rates, our bill would be the highest bill in the Front Range, because you can't cash finance all that off the backs of today's ratepayers. And so how you distribute that to future ratepayers of people who aren't even here to assign that their proportionate share of the cost of that system, which is still working and they're still receiving the benefit, is through this low interest loan. And so if someone 30 years from now or 25 years from now is paying their bill and they're paying part of that debt service, what they're doing is they're paying for that investment that's occurring today that lasts through that time and beyond that time. And so that's how you take a backlog of work and fund it in a way that doesn't put all the responsibility on the current ratepayers to address it.
I appreciate that, and I understand that part of it. What I'm getting at, and it might be great to have a graph of what the debt looks like spread out over time.
Mm-hmm.
Because my concern is, as you were talking before, about down the road, we might need to incur more debt when we're already still paying off this debt. What my major concern is the ratepayers. These are enterprise funds. The citizens have no say in how city council increases rates for enterprise funds. And I mean, that in some ways is like taxation without representation. The other thing, the $5 fee, when the lead pipe reduction project is over, is that fee going to go away? Or are we going to assess that and use it to pay for something else?
So the design of the debt, the $5 fee is that when the debt service is done for the lead program, that fee goes away. But that's 30 years from now. So I would anticipate someone from 30 years from now would say, yes, that fee goes away. But that's our intent with it as we've structured it.
So just kind of that pink part is what the $5 per month is going to pay off?
No, so the little thin blue line between the yellow and the pink, that's the $5. The pink is the funding gap. That's the part we don't have we don't have funding for yet.
Okay. So my next question is, we did a master plan and we have incremental increases over the next how many years?
The 4.5%?
Yeah, the 4.5%.
Yeah, so that's in the financial plan to cover operations. That's in the financial model through the 20-year financial model we have. And so that's to keep up with the cost of just doing business.
So that won't cover this debt at all, any of this debt?
It'll cover some of it, but it doesn't cover all of it. And that's why we're looking at we have the capital investment fee, which is investment in the actual system. And then we have this lead fee, which is to pay a certain portion of that debt for that lead investment in the system, that investment to remove the lead from the system. And the 4.5% it deals with the fact that, the cost of chemicals goes up, the cost of labor goes up, the cost of doing business continues to go up, and the 4.5% accounts for that and accounts for a small amount of investment need if smaller projects come and go. We've built this financial set of programs or financial set of revenues to address what took 30 years of when the rates are so low for so long, every year you're losing money that could have been invested in the system. Well, now the system has got all its needs, and so the way to do that without truly driving up rates to the point where they're unaffordable is through debt. And that's why we've accessed these programs to access that low interest loan debt. That $5 is to help offset that debt service, recognizing that this is why I pointed to the out years of 2031 and 2032. To truly make this a revenue financially sustainable utility, we still have some issues that we need to address about 8 years from now to be able to get to the point where we never have to have this problem again, where we've pushed it back to the point where now we're trying to address this mountain of need in a short period of time. We don't have that answer yet, but we're working on that answer. And everything that we've proposed to this point builds toward that answer. I think the one thing I want to really point out is that bottom small green area. In 2020, that was our funding amount. That's what we had available to fund the needs. The blue is what we've identified as the needs based on all the things that we've presented on fixing this, modernizing this system. And we're not even addressing everything. I mean, we're trying to address the priorities. We're not just addressing everything. We're addressing, these are the immediate things that we think are going to create the most benefit to our customers, and also balance with essentially this. This is why we provide this. We want to make sure that we're not getting out of whack from a total utility bill perspective. And that's why we expanded the comparison to ensure that, I mean, the cost of utilities costs money. We want to make sure that we're not, all the way to the right, where we're all the way near the top.
And I absolutely agree with everything we've done. We need it. But I also know we are in a very high inflationary period, and there is 30% of the population living here that are already struggling, and we're continuing to add more fees. And I just want to make sure that we're careful and keep that in mind too. Because when you say, we have to account for inflation, the citizens are already feeling inflation in every other area. And then the city comes back and says, we want more money and we need it to cover inflation. I'm not disagreeing with what we're doing. I appreciate it. But I also want to make sure that the citizens are taken care of too. So
and that's why we're investing so much time and energy in this chart, is because we want to make sure that we're not out of whack, that we are actually keeping that in mind. The other thing that I would say is, back when we did this initially in 2020, where we added that CI capital investment fee, we offered a customer assistance program. And so we had that out there, and I think, what did we have, 10 total people access that. And so because we were concerned too. And so I know there's pressure on people's bills. We could do that again, offer a customer assistance program. It's just our history with it has shown that people don't access it. And so that also indicates, well, maybe we're not like utilities all the way to the right. But I hear what you're saying, because that's what we are trying to balance.
So also, do we keep track of how many people are making late payments and maybe aren't paying at all and end up getting their services shut off? Do we keep track of that also?
We do. Yeah, so we have that information. Our arrears are actually, our shutoffs are pretty consistent. When we weren't shutting people off, it built way up, and then as soon as we started shutting people off, it went back down to the normal amount. And if people are struggling, we always offer the ability to do a payment plan, some kind of we work with customers all the time on payment plans and stretching, if they have some large cost, stretching that out to help mitigate any kind of an issue that they might have.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
We got about 5 minutes left before, don't want to go too far over into 7 o'clock, but remember, right, you have additional questions, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the grilling here, but this is really important to all residents of Englewood. One of my first questions is, seeing on here, I know that, and we've discussed previously, is we were to be getting money from the forever chemicals, the PFAS from, I believe it was DuPont and 3M. I don't recall how much it is, but I'm not seeing it on this chart. I guess, when are we going to get that money is one question, and where does it feed into this, or is it not enough to even make any kind of a dent for us?
So I just read, I believe last week, that the federal court approved the 3M settlement. There's still no guarantee we get anything out of it. Our estimate, based on the way their formula was set up, was it was going to be somewhere around $400,000 or $500,000. So it's not a significant amount coming back to us. Okay. So it'll help, and we'll go after as much as we can. However, you've got communities all across the U.S. that are going to be trying to access that.
Okay, and then I believe it's $3 million of ARPA funds went into the lead reduction. Is that what you?
So the ARPA fund, we're actually using that. We're using that for other projects in the utility. So we were using it for some of the piping in the distribution system. However, we're going to we think we're going to allocate it to the city ditch project. We're not sure of that yet because we still are waiting for the cost to come back. The key is we need to make sure that money is under contract by the end of the year, or else we lose it.
So my question is there possibly additional ARPA funds that can go into the lead reduction or any of these projects that the fee could be reduced for the residents? That might not be a you question, that might be a city manager question that we could look into and think about possibly, where, even if the fee is brought down to $450 or $475, but anything that's helping the pocketbooks of folks, I think that's something that we need to look at. And I know that you can't answer that at this point. My other question is are we continuing to apply for grants that would allow us to apply payments to these loans where we're bringing them down faster? And would we have penalties that if we do receive grants that we're able to pay these off faster, would we have penalties because of that? And are we allowed to do that?
Yeah, so my understanding is there's no penalty to the prepayment. Is that correct? And yes, we are constantly pursuing additional avenues for additional funding. So there was an announcement, I believe it was last week, the EPA just came out with new regulations around PFAS, and there's $10 billion across the U.S. being dedicated to that. $41 million of that is coming to Colorado. We are finding how we can access that money as well. And if we can access that money based on our levels that we have, our levels are lower than the regulation, but if there's any money that's available, we're going after it.
Yeah,
and actually, I'll just say with the PFAS, we actually secured last year $426,000 worth of grant money to be able to characterize and test the technologies to take it out. So yes, we are continually trying to find additional funding sources for this, and we are aggressively going after what is available both from the federal government, state government, and other lawsuits, things like that.
Yeah, and you guys do a fantastic job. And then one more question, please, maybe two. So I'm looking at my bill. The capital improvement fee is currently $16. Is that correct? So it would be going up to $17 per month
That's correct.
per your recommendation. So the 4.5 is just on the water and sewer usage.
Yep.
That we would be facing, not on all the fees that are currently on the bills.
That's correct.
Okay.
So what you would see is you'd see a 4.5% on those usages. You'd see the $1 increase to the capital investment fee, and then you'd see the $5 lead reduction fee. And then that would make up the total water and sewer portion of the bill, and then the small amount of increase that the sewer fund has as well.
Okay.
I mean, the stormwater fund, sorry.
Which, I mean, is 2063 on my bill. It may not be the same for everybody. So, okay, all right. Well, I appreciate everything that you gentlemen and your teams are doing. It's long overdue, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director, actually, I have one quick question. You may not even have the answer for it. Do you mind going up for one slide where it actually shows the stormwater rates as well? Where was it?
I think this
That
was the one.
Oh, that one. Is it? Nope, that's not it.
No,
So the question is,
that one. There we go.
there we go. So there's some cities here, and I'm trying to figure out whether the graph is incomplete or if there's a reason why some cities aren't charging a stormwater rate. But for example, Centennial, Pinery, any idea why there isn't a charge for stormwater?
We believe the graph is incomplete.
Okay.
And so we're pulling this together. This becomes the issue of, so like if you're in certain parts of Arapahoe County, you have Southeast Metro Stormwater Authority, SEMSWA. And so their boundary line does not follow other water and sewer provider boundary lines. So if you're part of ECCV, you get charged stormwater one amount versus if you're somewhere else. If you're part of Arapahoe County Water and Wastewater Districts. So we pulled together the information that we could based on the research that we've done. And sometimes this is a tax. So then we have to even dig further because it's on people's annual property tax bill. And that's where we're continuing to build this out because we want to. So if you're seeing gaps, it's probably because it's missing from the graph.
Okay, just curious on that. Director, thank you so much. Thank you both for the presentation tonight. And yeah, we'll talk again soon about throughout the budget cycle about the continued rate increases. So thank you so much. All right, everyone, do we need a short break before we get started with the meeting? Oh, we do? Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute break. It's 7:02. If we could get back here at 7:07, and then we'll kick off the regular meeting. Thank you. All right, I think looks like we're back. All right, everyone, I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Present?
Member Noonenkamp. Present. Member Prang,
Present?
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Ward, Member Wright,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
6 members present.
Thank you. And Member Ward did let us know that he was going to be not in attendance tonight. Moving on to agenda item 5A. This is the minutes of the regular city council meeting from April 1st. Any changes to the minutes from that date? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the April 1st meeting?
I move to approve the minutes from April 1, 2024.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Prang. Could we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp. Aye. Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Present, or
Member-
aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Moving to the minutes of the special city council meeting from April 8th. Any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from April 8th?
Move to approve special city council meeting minutes for April 8th, 2024.
Thank you, Member Prang. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Could we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp. Aye. Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you. Now moving on to appointments, communications, proclamations, and recognition. 2 items for tonight. First, we want to recognize Danny Combs for receiving the Congressional Medal of Honor Society Civilian Service Act Award. Is Mr. Combs here this evening? Oh, there we are. Mr. Combs, thank you very much. I'll ask you to come up for a certificate here shortly, but the city would like to recognize Danny Combs for receiving the Congressional Medal of Honor Society Civilian Service Act Award in Washington, D.C. on March 25th of this year. Danny was selected for this prestigious award for his work in creating better lives for those with autism. Inspired by his son Dylan, Danny started TACT, teaching the autism community trades to encourage and empower the full spectrum of individuals with autism through education and employment in the skilled trades. This program has become the most successful training to employment program for the autism community in Colorado and is an asset to our community. As we celebrate the achievements of Danny, it's also worth noting that April marks National Autism Month. So congratulations on your well-deserved national recognition, Danny. We are honored that you chose Englewood as your home for TACT. Thank you so much, sir. Would you like us all to be present for the picture? Okay. Sorry, it's a pleasure. Danny, why not? You gotta count. Yeah, that was very special, Mr. Combs. Congratulations, and thank you very much for making a difference. So. Up next is the 2024 graduation for Elevate Englewood Leadership Academy. And first, I guess, City Manager Sean Lewis, if you wouldn't mind. I know that you and your office has envisioned this program, so anything that you want to add regarding this year's group?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to thank a few folks, namely our sponsors. We have 5 sponsors that have been co-sponsoring this from the beginning. Historic Englewood, Englewood Schools, the Chamber of Commerce, Change the Trend, and Arapahoe County. And each one of them takes a session for one of the nights, because we don't want to just make this about getting to know the city. Certainly we have a lot of presenters from the city, including yourself, Mayor, but we also just want to expose the class to other parts of the community and how all of us working together make a better community. And so it takes all of us working. I also want to thank Krista Gravy in our office. This is really her program, and she does a fantastic job of coordinating that. And then just last, a word about the class. I was talking to some of them on the break. Probably the most inquisitive, just active, just you could tell really ready to engage. And so I look forward to applications at all of our different partner organizations, for their boards, their committees, for here at the city, and just how they can engage and make a difference throughout the community. So, and it also is getting more and more competitive. This was our first year that we had to actually limit it only to City of Englewood residents. So all of these are residents, and we do allow for businesses and nonprofit organizations who might not live here. But this year, because we had so many applications, we had to limit that. So we look forward to continued success of the program.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager Lewis. I agree. So I did get to present with you along with Commissioner Carrie Warren-Goley. And a lot of you did say that this is going to be the initial step of getting involved within the community. I think a couple of you raised your hand that you wanted to sit up here at some point. So yeah, thank you very much for engaging with Elevate Englewood. Looking forward to the future and what holds for you in terms of just being active within the community. I also want to thank our city manager's office and their staff for their work, all the partner agencies that were involved with this as well, and just the different sectors of Englewood civic life that they happen to touch. So I do want to ask City Council to also come up in terms of taking a picture. We'll take a picture individually with each of you, and then if you wouldn't mind just sitting within the first couple of rows, and then we'll take a group picture at the end. So, and with that, City Clerk, are you going to be reading the names? Perfect.
All right. Tracy Anderson. Shauna Barnes. Jonathan Beal. Laura Cooper. Charles Downing. Alexandra Dukeman. Chris Gutchenritter. Margaret Hill. Chrissy Jameson. Eric Johnson. Dana Liebert, Cassandra Mitchell, Sarah Milmo, Lynn Peterson, Jennifer Fowl, John Rossi, Sean Savitt, Christina Schaefer, and Allison Scholby.
Squeeze in, John, do you want to direct us or Krista?
Well, she's gonna take the picture, but I'll, yes, everybody, you're doing a good job of squeezing. Maybe a third row. Yes. Oh, yeah, there we go.
There's a lot of different cameras here.
Yeah, we'll take yes first.
Where are we looking?
At Krista.
Switch.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much for all the graduates. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how you impact the city here in the near future. So thank you so much. There. Moving on to recognition of scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation would be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue. And please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. One thing I did want to add, I mentioned it last or 2 weeks back, but I will be asking for both the name and then an address or the city that you reside in. If you fail to provide both, then I will ask that you not provide public comment at that time. So City Council, I just want to see, is anybody in disagreement with that? It is part of our code, so I just wanted to make sure we're all in agreement. Member Russell, please go ahead.
So why did we change it now from what it has been? I mean, we haven't voted on any changes.
Right. Thank you, Member Russell. It is part of our code. City Attorney, did you want to mention what section of the code it's in? I don't have that email in front of me, so I wrote it down and I just should have been prepared for this moment.
Sorry, my computer did an update and now it's got a mind of its own. But yes, that is a provision of municipal code. The mayor and I had emailed about it. It wasn't something that we had previously been enforcing.
Any disagreement, or are we good to move forward? Member Prang, go ahead.
I guess I have a similar question. And so if we were not enforcing before and it's part of our discussion for tonight, then why implement the enforcement at this stage? I'd rather have the discussion first and then enforce if we decide to.
Thank you, Member Prang. Go ahead, Member Wright.
And I would agree with that. If we're previously not enforcing things and we're having a discussion this evening, why enforce now until we discuss? And it's just, in my opinion, I agree.
Thank you, Member Wright. Mayor Pro Tem.
I believe we should be enforcing our code. The fact that we haven't been up till now is the problem, not the fact that we're starting to. So, that we should be consistent with what our code says. So I'm in favor of continuing to do that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonkamp.
I would agree with that. I think the reason that it came up is because we did have a conversation recently where we all became aware that we were not actually following the code. And I think we should resolve that as soon as we possibly can. And then if we want to make any changes tonight, then that would be a different conversation.
Member Wright, go ahead.
There have been times we've picked and chosen when we follow different codes and stuff. Mayor Pro Tem, you yourself has said previously, oh, let's go ahead and allow everyone to clap this evening. And then other times there's no clapping at all. So, we either enforce things all the time or not. And I think the discussion tonight will solidify, what may or may not happen.
Member Russell, sorry.
Thank
go ahead.
you. I move that we don't change anything this evening until later.
Thank you. I don't think well, go ahead, member or Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a motion on the floor.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second on
I
that?
second.
Thank you, Member Wright. Any comments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I do not believe we can alter our code by motion. So I don't believe that this would be valid.
City Attorney Niles, do you want to weigh in on that?
There's multiple issues to consider. A motion action on this item is not on the agenda. So generally, we can only take action under open meetings law if it's on the agenda. Second, Mayor Pro Tem is correct that if it's municipal code, we are required to follow it. It takes an ordinance to change municipal code. However, it hasn't been past practice, so it muddies it a little bit. One other issue is that there's only 6 of us, so if it's a tie, normally we have 7 and we have a tiebreaker vote. So that's another concern.
I figured that's the way it was going with 6 present. So I'm also in favor of enforcing the code tonight, but I've heard 3 against it. If that's the case, then we don't have the votes to. Well, I'm trying to figure out how that works. If it's the code, but 3 don't want to follow it for tonight, but 3 do. So, City Attorney, provide some guidance here.
Well, the Mayor Pro Tem is correct. It is municipal code. We should have been following it all along, but we haven't been. But this particular section of municipal code also contains some provisions that we have advised that we not enforce because we think it has First Amendment implications.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's a muddy issue. I think I think this is a discretionary call.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem, sorry, let's go to Member Russell and then Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second. I think we take a vote. If it's 3-3, the motion fails. That's all it's that simple.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem, anything else?
I'm fine with taking the vote as well.
Sounds great. All right, and with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Nay.
Member Noonenkamp,
Nay.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra,
Nay.
3-3.
Okay. All right, just because we're gonna be having the discussion tonight, I am fine with not requiring that aspect. Obviously, I would like our citizens to provide an address or the city that they reside in if possible. So just to get on with scheduled public comment, I just want to continue with that. So since we're gonna be having a discussion about it later on tonight. So with that, I've already done that piece. Member Nunakamp is gonna be giving a response to public comment. And first up, where is my list? Is we have Kathleen Bailey, an Englewood resident, here to address council regarding the need for actual 25-year rain event capacity infrastructure in the upstream half of the South Englewood Basin. Good evening, Ms. Bailey. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Kathleen Bailey, Jason and Union. I think if there had been a little bit different present change, process in the change from stripping the Calibre plan and the planned protection for the upstream half into doing nothing for the upstream half, maybe I wouldn't be so as upset as I am. But this has been my experience and observation. Sam Lewis not only said to me that not that many people were impacted by the flood, but he also put out his own little survey on Facebook asking residents to identify if they were or were not impacted by the flood. He got 56 responses, of which only 12 or 14 had indicated they had been impacted by flooding. He then proceeded to produce professional graphs and charts highlighting the percentage difference between those who had and those who had not been impacted by the flood without bothering to identify the statistically insignificant sample set he was using. I immediately challenged him with several emails that I made sure to CC a council member to create a record. And that was all before the $2.2 million Altic plan that replaced the $7.6 million Calibre plan. Prior to and after the adoption of the Altic plan, the citizens were continually told that the Altic plan would provide the same 25-year rate event capacity infrastructure protection that the Calibre plan would have provided, but at significantly cheaper price. But that was never true. Not even the Altic engineering report, not even Altic Engineering makes that claim in their 2020 report. CM Lewis had absolutely no intention of increasing the capacity of the upstream half of the South Englewood Basin. He only intends to stop the sinkholes downstream with the 2 detention ponds, and then falsely declared that the downstream detention ponds also serve the upstream. Is my mic off? Okay, upstream half, which is not true. They are 2 separate systems. But CM and staff's first lie, declaring the installed Altic projects have provided 25-year rain event protection, became a huge problem when on 6/22/23, a 10-year rain event hit the city and caused a sinkhole downstream on the Oxford pipe and 1 to 3 inches flooding in 3 basements in upstream homes. A 10-year rain event is not even classified as a major rain event. But rather than admit the Altic projects that were installed failed to protect even against a 10-year rain event, CM Lewis and Director Rachael simply created an even greater lie to cover the first lie and posted on the city's website on 6/22/23 and at city meetings that the city was hit with a major 25 to 50-year rain event on 6/22/23 and that the upstream Altic projects had minimized the flooding. Not only had the National Weather Bureau identified a 10-year rain event had hit the area, but all of the Mile High Flood District rain gauge system data that also collected all of the rain gauge readings from all the rain gauges in the entire area throughout the entire rain event had also identified the city was hit with a 10-year rain event. Even both the Rotolo Park and the Union Platte River rain gauges identified a 10-year rain event throughout the entire hour. Only Littleton's Powers Park rain gauge recorded a significantly heavy rain event in the first 15 minutes, but the rain measurement continued to subside until it also indicated a 10-year rain event for the first 1-hour period. But our city council doesn't believe the Mile High Flood District rain gauge data because staff continues to claim the city was hit with a major 25-year rain event. And our city council doesn't even believe anything the latest September 22 Mile High Flood District Dewberry report states if it's different than what CM and staff tells them. I don't know how to confront that. I do know that those flood victims in the upstream half of the South Englewood Basin major precipitation drainage way were promised and are very much in need of this city removing the dangerously inadequate aged 2-year rain event capacity main trunk line pipe system and replacing it with actual 25-year rain event capacity main trunk line pipes as they were first promised back in 2018. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey, for speaking tonight. Any questions for members of council? See none. Thank you for your time. Up next is Chelsea Anderson here to address council. Is Ms. Anderson online or? Okay, so moving on to Charles Downing here to address council. No, you're good, Mr. Downing. Ms. Anderson is online, but she will follow you, so. Mr. Downing, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
I will. My name is Charles Downing. I'm an Englewood resident. I live in the 5300 block of South Broadway. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for the privilege of addressing the City Council. As you recall, the last time that I spoke, we discussed what appeared to be certain irregularities in the voter database. Today, I rise to inform you that this issue has not only not been resolved, what has happened is that the county has made a tacit admission that the data we were discussing is indeed faulty. They did that by revising the number from 47,134 voters down to 40,687 voters, a difference of 6,447 voters. As residents of the city that prides itself on adherence to the Constitution, we must uphold the principles enshrined in that document. Among these is the recognition of unenumerated rights, and among these unenumerated rights are the right to have our vote count. Our vote needs to be heard, it needs to be part of the democratic process, and it needs to be free from error or manipulation. I'm not here to call that there has been error or manipulation, but the data certainly shows that something is going on. In my capacity as a database engineer, I have audited the public-facing county data, and I have concluded that adjustments were made to the voter database, the numbers I gave a moment ago. I have a video to that effect that I can provide if you'd like. I had previously identified discrepancies between reported numbers and actual population figures, which I reported. I viewed that favorably as I felt like the county had responded proactively to my reported issue. However, it became concerning when those same adjustments were subsequently rolled back 2 days later, returning the database to a state that had previously been called into question. To me, this indicated two things, both that the previous state had subsequently been defended and that it had been shown to be correct. Another way to put this is that the concerns we raised were considered to be invalid. This raises serious concerns about the accuracy and consistency of our voter data. If adjustments were made based on identified discrepancies, why were they rolled back? Are we content to allow inaccuracies and inconsistencies to persist in our voter database, or are we required and committed to ensuring that the integrity of our electoral process? I believe the latter is true, and that is why I am advocating for the appointment of a nonpartisan auditor to conduct a thorough review of our footprint in the county voter database. Such an auditor would bring impartial expertise to bear on the task of identifying and rectifying any errors or discrepancies in the data, ensuring that our voter database accurately reflects the electorate that it alleges to represent. Furthermore, I urge that this auditor be granted full access to the database with the appropriate safeguards in place to protect the privacy and confidentiality of personal data. Sidebar, that ship has sailed. The county has already published all of our names and addresses in a public-facing document that anyone can download. So you do not have privacy in the voter database anyway. It is essential that we maintain the highest standards of data security and compliance with relevant regulations while also ensuring transparency and accountability in the management of the voter database. By taking proactive steps to address these concerns, we can demonstrate our commitment to upholding the integrity of our electoral process and maintaining public trust in our democratic institutions. Together, we can work to ensure that our voter database is accurate, reliable, and does in fact reflect the will of people. I have almost a minute left. At the county, in the database, there is what alleges to be a picture of us. That picture is not accurate, and it needs to be accurate in a timely manner as possible, because that picture will be used to send out the mail-in ballots for this upcoming election, which we know is going to be fraught with peril. So we would behoove ourselves to get the numbers right beforehand, not after. This is definitely a nonpartisan issue that touches every seat, every issue, everything. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Downing, for your time. Member Wright, go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you very much. This is an important issue. Did you pull the information only by Arapahoe County, or did you sort it out, drill it down to Englewood also?
After the last meeting, I spoke with Councilmember Ward, and he gave me some pointers, and I followed those pointers exactly. And I did find the data he mentioned, and I did pull it down. And so I have what the county at least published it as the latest voter rolls. Whether that is in fact the data, I have no way of knowing.
Okay, and what date did you pull that information?
It's within the last 2 weeks. After the last meeting, I followed Mr. Ward's instructions and went out and found that data, and I pulled it down and examined it, and that's how I know that all of us are in there.
Okay, and you do know that the parent of all that information comes from the Secretary of State and then drills down.
Indeed, that's why I've been very careful not to assign any sort of blame or responsibility, only to point out that I smell smoke.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, and thank you for coming and speaking. It is an important subject, and it is
Thank you very much.
nonpartisan. Thank you.
Anyone?
Go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
Just so I'm understanding your request, are you advocating that the city appoint an auditor on behalf of the city in the county office?
I would think so. The last time we had a
Can you be sure to speak into the mic just for the
I beg
recording?
your
Thank
pardon.
you.
I would think so. The last time we had a citywide election, we sent out 23,000, about 23,514 ballots, of which 13,000 and some responded. I think those are the actual numbers of voters in Englewood. So the fact that the county thinks there is as many as 47,000 of us puts the slush factor and all of that at well over 100%.
And have you brought up the auditor idea to the city or the county clerk's office directly?
No, I'm exclusively raising this in this forum because I think it's a matter that affects the city of Englewood directly.
Okay.
And in fact, I think that some of the things that we discover, should we audit this data, the other cities around us will be interested in, but I have no interest in covering their data. I just want to do ours for right now.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Downing, that was going to be my question. So you haven't been speaking to someone directly within the clerk's office at the county level?
No, I don't have any permission to make that kind of contact.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Downing. Member Wright, do you have another question?
I do, please, one more. Mr. Downing, by chance, did you sort within Englewood the ages of any of our voters here in Englewood?
Yes.
And if you just happen to remember, do you know the oldest person that is registered to vote in Englewood?
Yes, I do. 134.
Thank you.
I take it you already knew that number.
I knew it was someone up there. I didn't realize that person was that
Whether
old.
that person is in fact still with us is certainly wide open.
It's the fact they're on the voter rolls. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Downing, with no further questions, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much.
Going back, members of the public, please hold your applause. Going back up to Chelsea Anderson, here to address council.
Hello, Englewood City Council. My name is Chelsea Anderson. My pronouns are she, her, and I live in District 4. I'm a lifelong resident of Englewood and have been a homeowner here for over 15 years.
Ms. Anderson, do you mind if I ask you to pause real quick? Can we get the mic up for Ms. Anderson, or?
They had just turned it up, I think, right before.
Perfect, thank you. Ms. Anderson, please continue.
Thank you. Tonight, my comments will focus on proposed amendments to council policy regarding public comment, as described in section 11C2 of tonight's agenda, and specifically the desire to eliminate online public comment and certain speaker requirements. As City Council considers this item, I hope members also consider Englewood's residents who may not have the privilege of attending in person. The most effective strategy to an inclusive communication approach in any setting is one that brings a diverse voices into the conversation to elevate dialogue and foster greater engagement. Broader representation and increased participation are critical to the well-being, growth, and development of our city. Allowing participation through online public comment is important and strengthens the ability for accessibility, diversity, and climate of City Council meetings. To only allow citizens with the privilege of attending in person a platform to speak is exclusionary and outdated, and it is a step back for our city. This policy doesn't account for challenges faced by many in our community who may not have that privilege of working a standard 9 to 5. Our aging population and those with certain disabilities are also negatively impacted by an in-person only policy. Parents, both single and partnered, are another demographic who benefit greatly from accessing meetings online. According to the United States Census Bureau, 95% of Englewood citizens live in households with computers. An overwhelming majority of your constituents from different backgrounds benefit from allowing online public comment to remain an option for council meeting participation. I also briefly want to touch on the revision around the requirement for providing full name and location. Please consider people whose safety can be compromised by such public disclosures. Victims of domestic violence are one example of community members who cannot safely reveal this type of information, but who have a significant investment in their communities and deserve to be heard. While I recognize the importance and thought behind requiring this information and understand many of the proposals within these revisions, I ask that council member be a bit more thoughtful and considerate of those in our city who don't have many of the privileges our council members are personally afforded. Continuing to allow public comment and further exploring ways to ensure speakers with concerns for safety have a platform to engage and participate is one great demonstration Englewood City Council members can make to demonstrate their commitment to all constituents. While I understand council members cannot respond, I would also like to better understand how written public comment will be handled and how it can be viewed publicly, as this is another important option for people unable to attend in person. I believe this should be explicitly addressed in the council's communication policy. Therefore, I am asking the council to please take additional time to review and adjust these policies and not move forward with the approval of the revisions as they stand tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for speaking tonight, Ms. Anderson. Any questions for members of council? Actually, Ms. Anderson, I do have a question for you. Regarding online public comment, one of the items that we did discuss as part of the study session was potentially asking for the cameras to be turned on during online public comment. Do you happen to have any opinion regarding that requirement?
I do. I have an opinion, and I also have multiple studies that show having cameras on is an accessibility issue. Number one, not all computers have a camera function. In addition, if you're calling in through Zoom, you're not going to be able to accommodate that, and that too is exclusionary. In addition to that, there are certain disabilities and demographics who don't want their picture all over the internet right now.
Ms. Anderson, thank you very much for your time tonight. With no further questions, I thank you for your time. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Up next is Lawrence Perez, here to address council regarding theft at his business in Englewood. Mr. Perez, if you, welcome tonight. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and your address or cross streets.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lawrence Perez, representing Landmark Lincoln off Bellevue Broadway, reside in Parker. So tonight I come to you all today just bringing to your attention the rise in crime that we are facing at our business. And I'm going to kind of go back here a little bit too. About 8 years ago or so.
Mr. Perez, if you wouldn't mind just leaning into the mic, you could tilt it towards you. Yeah.
Sorry, a little shorter. So about 8 years ago or so, with Landmark Lincoln, we've renovated and updated our facility. During that time, there was an understanding to kind of help out because we're renovating in Englewood as well as the shopping center across the street to kind of help with patrol support to help reduce crime. Recently, we have incurred 2 theft events that has cost us pretty greatly within the end of March and beginning of April. One incident took place to where parts off our vehicles were stolen, and 3 weeks later, another event occurred. And the first event loaded their vehicle up inside of the lot of our facility. Second event, same individuals as it looks. This time, instead of pulling into our facility, pulled up along Broadway and loaded up their vehicle on a main street. So we have created or reported these incidents with Englewood Police Department, and we haven't heard anything back since. So we're just looking to reach out for help and support for more police presence in the city of Englewood, so that way we can also help deter and saturate the area with police presence for deterrence. So our owner has had this facility for about 20 years or so, and asked me today to represent Landmark Lincoln to help, again, to ask for support from the police and from the city. So that way, again, we can help reduce the type of theft that we're incurring at this time. We have about $16 million in inventory that we're trying to look to protect, as well as excuse me for a moment. Yeah, so because the additional expenses that we're incurring to help upgrade our security systems, as well as the cost of replacing all the stolen items from the vehicles. So we are having to also provide, I guess, the additional information we're providing to our insurance company as well, with Ford and Lincoln, that we're making immediate steps to help resolve the issue that we're currently incurring. So we're just reaching out today, again, myself on behalf of Landmark Lincoln, reaching out to the city for more support and, again, more police presence. Thank you.
Mr. Perez, thank you very much for coming tonight. Any questions? Member Russell, go ahead.
So when you've made the police reports, have you been able to access those police reports in order to give your insurance company the information?
Yes, so there's two reports that were made. I have received both police reports from the records. I just picked those up earlier this last week. Have been providing those to our insurance companies, and again, just so our insurance does not lapse or fall, we're having to make additional expenses on our end to show that we're not being negligent in the situation as well, to make all the necessary precautions to prevent theft. So again, our security systems that we're also doing is costing us. The additional expenses on our end that to replace other parts is on us. And again, during these times, we're talking about the rise of inflation, the cost of everything is greatly impacting us right now because sales have been a little bit lower. So they are impacting us financially. So these additional expenses on our end as well are also impacting us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Have you talked to other dealerships near you, and are they encountering the same thing? I talked to one dealership where they're getting hit by a gang of people robbing the dealers, so I didn't know if they're experiencing the same thing you are.
We have not, but we have heard from one of the other officers, or the initial officer that took my report from the first incident, that it has happened, and upon trying to apprehend the subject, they took off and almost hit them. So they said they are actively looking, but since the initial report, we have not heard anything back from the investigator, as was promised by the investigator to get back to our dealer principal.
And have you tried contacting that investigator?
Myself directly, not myself, our dealer principal, Tom Daniels, has, and was assured that I would be getting contact with an update. So we have not heard since.
Okay, and did you say the first time was in January and then again in March?
So it'd be mid-March was the first incident, which I believe was the 18th. I have to double check that. The second incident was on April 1st on midnight.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'm sorry that this is happening.
All right, any further questions from members of council? Member Noonekamp, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for being here. I'm sorry that you have to be here for this reason. Are these occurrences significantly different than any other kind of security or challenges that you have faced over the last 20 years? I'm just trying to understand, does this feel different and new, or have these been happening in the past? Has this ever happened in the past?
So we haven't been incurring any thefts in the past. I've been with the company myself for about 4.5 years now. Have not, so this is the first time, I guess you can say, it's been the first time in a while, because before that I was not aware of. But there was an understanding, I believe, with the mayor at that time with our dealer principal and the owner of the shopping center across the street before they put the street light in at 5000 Broadway, right from the Sprouts Park or shopping center, that if they build on that land for that shopping center, as well as us update and remodel our facility, that we would have the support needed. And it was provided during that time, but since then has fallen.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Perez, if you wouldn't mind, so what is your ask of the city? I heard the increased police presence. I just want to make sure I have my notes correctly.
Yes, that is correct. So we're acting for more support and police presence in the facility. For my understanding, with police saturation, it does provide deterrence. So if there is more patrol and presence in the area, it will help prevent and deter. So the individuals that I have viewed on our security systems is they are coming from the Sprouts parking lot, and they're in the neighborhood in the area. So our security system, or surveillance, is capturing that to where they're kind of just like hanging around there, and they're working in teams. So they are working in teams. It's more than one individual. And again, it's just costing us pretty greatly at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. And what are these happening at the same time of day?
Yeah, so it's right around 11 o'clock to about midnight time frame.
Okay.
On multiple occurrences.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Perez. Thank you very much. Any further questions from council? Seeing none, Mr. Perez, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
That concludes scheduled public comment. Mr. Perez will, and since this is the first time here, we will be providing a council response. After the next two speakers, we have two unscheduled public speakers tonight. Same rules apply, but you're limited to 3 minutes. First up is Gary Kozak, here to address council. Good evening, Mr. Kozak. If you could just state your name and your address.
Good evening, Gary Kozak, Oxford and Lipan Street. To go to that point, you guys don't give out your address. Why? Because you get targeted. I've been targeted. I came to city council and talked about getting paintballed, my vehicles. I've now had things put in my tires and stuff. And I do have cameras. So by giving your address out, you're putting a target on our backs. And unfortunately, there's idiots out there that would even go to greater lengths. Now, as far as my address, Englewood City Council, your last meeting, I will go on public record that you violated the Opens Meetings Law. You opened the meeting as a study session. You never closed that meeting and never opened a special meeting officially. And then you also had 4 subjects in that meeting, and by law it's 1. You sit there and talk about going by the rules and regulations in your manual. Start doing it yourself. Go ahead and get tough on it. But I'm going to hold you to that gun, because I will, if not, somebody else will be turning you into the State Department for disobeying constitutional rights. The right for somebody to applaud out here, as long as it doesn't disrupt or create an action that is violent, then that's a constitutional right. Now, you guys have all taken an oath to adhere to our Constitution, to our bylaws, the state constitution. And now you've turned around and you're changing the rules. You're rewriting the rules instead of abiding by the rules. You board up here have authority over 2 people over there. And that's it. All the rest of the employees are governed by them. You have to oversee it. You took the oath to represent the citizens of Englewood, to oversee the proper procedures and stuff, and the budgets of the city of Englewood. Now you're trying to tell me I can't come up here and talk, or you're going to restrict me to come up and talk. Okay? You got to learn to listen. Every time I've come up, I've mentioned one thing: traffic studies, and your city manager's even admitted that the city of Englewood has not done a traffic study. It's always been up to the developer. Hey, if I'm the developer, I'm going to paint a real pretty picture, then I'm not going to affect your traffic at all. It's got to be an independent picture. And God forbid if somebody gets hurt because we don't have a crosswalk in front of our recreation center. Because it's come awful close in the last week with the traffic as bad as it is. Thank you.
Mr. Kozak, thank you very much for coming tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your time. And up next is Jan Weipert, here to talk about free speech. Good evening, Ms. Weipert.
Good evening, Jan Weipert, Federal and Bellevue. So I want to make sure we all know what the First Amendment is. And it says, sorry, I had my eyes operated on. Got to put my glasses on. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. I'm going to read it one more time. I'm going to change a few words. City Council shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the City Council for a redress of grievances. City Council shall make no law or abridging the freedom of speech or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the City Council for a redress of grievances. I wonder if that makes any difference in how you'll vote tonight. We know you've heard us when we come here and talk. When I write letters, I don't usually get a response or an email. When I leave voicemails, I almost never get responses. So this is the way you get to hear us. And whether you agree with us, I mean, generally you don't really listen because I haven't seen much movement when I've come and talked. But I know, for example, when the previous speaker, one of the previous speakers, Mr. Downing, came and talked tonight on the voting records, you heard him. You didn't listen to me too much when I talked about it several months ago, but you heard him. So, you know, these things make a difference. Please don't abridge our rights. We need this. We need to be heard. When you take that away, what are you voting for? You're voting to take away our freedom of speech and the right to bring grievances. And they're important. This is where we know we're being heard. And I guess the other question I would say is, where do we send them? To the city attorney so she can read them? She probably doesn't have time to do that, but I'll start sending things to her if I need to. We need to be heard. We need to be heard. That's our right as a citizen. We don't have to follow all the other cities' guidelines. We are a standalone city. If we start having problems on the internet, then do something. You don't have to do it now. At this point, as far as I know, you haven't had an issue with people on the internet doing obscenities or whatever it is they do.
Thank you for your time tonight, Ms. Weipert. Any questions? Member Wright, go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Weipert. Thank you. I just have one question. I was talking to another member, and he suggested that one way by changing our policies for the public to address us is through town hall meetings. My question to you is, do you or would you go to town hall meetings of a member who you don't necessarily see eye to eye with?
I do go to town hall meetings when I'm aware of them. I'm not always aware. I don't go to bars. Seems like we've had a lot of town hall meetings in bars, and I don't like to do that. I also believe the reason we come to council is so you can all hear the information. If I'm talking to one or two people at a council meeting, they do not necessarily tell anybody else what was told. The other thing is this puts it on the record of some sort. When I can come in here and talk, then it's on the record of some sort.
Okay.
Now, whether it makes a difference in your voting, probably not. But then you all hear the same thing.
Perfect. Thank you.
No further questions from members of council. Ms. Wiper, thanks for your time tonight. And that concludes unscheduled public comment. Member Noonan-Camp, when you're ready to respond, you're able to do so.
I'm ready. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. Starting with Ms. Bailey, who I don't believe is here anymore, just wanted to say thank you, of course, for always coming and sharing your opinion with us. I am concerned about your accusation of our city staff lying. I would take issue with that accusation, but I understand that you have a very specific opinion that you're entitled to. Moving on to Mr. Downing, thank you so much for being here and for sharing this with us. I know you mentioned a video or some additional information. Please feel free to email us anything you have, and we will definitely take that into consideration. Ms. Anderson, thank you so much for joining again this week. Very helpful to hear your perspective, and definitely something that we will keep in mind as we are addressing that issue later this evening. So I really appreciate you sharing your perspective with us. Mr. Perez, I believe, also left definitely concerned to hear this, and it's quite disheartening. I would like to ask staff to see if we could get a follow-up to that business as soon as possible so that they can have an update on the state of that case. Mr. Kozak, thank you again for being here. Obviously, we have some differences of opinion. Our city attorney has been quite clear that we have not broken the law in any way, shape, or form. I understand that you disagree with that, which you're completely entitled to do, but I feel quite confident in where we're at as a city, so thank you for being here. And Ms. Wiper, who I also believe just walked out, thank you also for being here. As we've said many times, we may not always agree, but we do always listen, and hopefully tonight I think we actually will align our public comment process more towards the First Amendment. We're actually clearing up some concerns we have around that and making it more aligned with the First Amendment, while also ensuring that we can run an effective meeting here where all voices can be heard and where we can really do the city's business that we've been elected to do. So thank you everyone for being here, and I think that covers it.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Anyone else? Actually, I'll add to this. Can I get a council request? And I'm not sure if this has been answered yet, but we had similar concerns that Mr. Downing brought up regarding the voting database back before the last election. So can I get some information on what was done during that last process with the county clerk? Actually, I should be looking in this direction since I'm looking at our city clerk. Just get some information on what the process was when those similar concerns were raised prior to 2023, and what role the city plays whenever we're, leading up to the election in terms of just what type of coordination there is with the county clerk. So just trying to understand that process. All right. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to do a council request on Landmark Lincoln. Could council get the information that was reported? And also, along with that council request, I would like if there have been any other reports from any car dealers, really in Englewood, but specifically on Broadway. I have heard from somebody in the past, they're afraid to come forward because they get targeted. So I would like council to get all that information about the number of reports of car dealers that have been victimized.
Thank you, Member Russell. So
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Let's do it. Why don't we do it in the last 2 or 3 years?
So we're looking for the reports for car dealers over the last 2 or 3 years, and then the police report for Landmark Lincoln as well. Okay. Thank you, Member Russell. Anything else for members of council? All right. We are now moving on to agenda item 9. All 4 items have been pulled for consent agenda, and the very first item should not have been on consent, so I do agree that that was a mistake on my part. But the first one is 9A1. This is Council Bill 11, Drinking Water Revolving Fund Loan Agreements with the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority for the lead reduction program. We have both Deputy Director Sarah Stone as well as Director Pieter Van Rij. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this item we're very excited to present to Council tonight. And I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Director Sarah Stone because she has really done the heavy lifting on this. And so when we talk about this $40 million coming into the city and the $10 million of grant money, Sarah Stone is the one that has made this happen over the last 6 to 9 months. And so I'm going to turn it over to her to present this, but just want to acknowledge that effort because it's really been tremendous for this city.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let me just find the right spot here. Do I need to go backwards? Yeah, it's the drinking water ones. So these are all in consent.
Yeah, you got to go forward.
It might, yeah, when I went
that's
forward.
study session item. So there we go.
So that's the code amendment, so that's later. Mm-mm.
Oh, so we may not have it because we had it on consent agenda. So we have it as part of last week's study session, was it? Was it last week? Or was it 2
weeks
I think it
ago?
was last week. Was it last week's study
It
session?
wasn't last week.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the one.
But there is
Perfect.
one in the packet, right?
There's one in the
There
packet.
is, yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay. Yep, we'll do this one. Okay, so good evening. I'm very excited to present this item tonight. So this is the culmination of several months of putting together a program for the lead reduction planning to remove all the lead service lines, as well as how to fund that. So we've been working on this funding for a little over a year now. So background on the lead reduction program, you'll hear about that later tonight as well with the code amendments. Our intent is to maximize the available funding for the lead reduction program. So that is the infrastructure bill money that is available. We are advancing our program to proactively protect public health. This is in advance of the regulatory requirement, but again, because the funding is available, we think that we can replace all lead service lines within the next 5 years. We are working on outreach items to engage customers through this process because it will be a lot of construction. And then we plan to begin lead service line replacements this summer. So here is our schedule. This is where we are. Since kicking off the program in 2023, we've completed our lead line inventory as well as the field verification campaign that we did last fall. We applied for the state revolving fund loan in December. We submitted our application. And then we also posted for an RFP for construction for the contractor that will complete the lead service line program. And then tonight, we are bringing forward the loan agreements for the SRF loan. And then next month, we plan to bring the contract for construction for the contractor. We got really good pricing, so we are excited to bring that, and we're hoping that it actually is less than $40 million for the program. And then, as I've mentioned, we'll kick off construction this summer. So here's a map, lots of dots here. It's hard to really get granularity on the location of all the lead lines, but the red squares with dots and the red squares without dots are the either assumed or verified lead lines in the city. We are estimating that we will need to replace about 3,000 lines. We will go through and verify for any home that was constructed prior to 1960, that those lines are not lead. We will go through and field verify those through the program. We've split up the city into 10 replacement zones. In 2024, we will, as shown on the map, we will focus on that north central zone. So moving on to the funding piece of this. So we've been calling it SRF, but it is formally called the Drinking Water Revolving Fund. So this fund is, or these funds are administered by the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority, or CORPTA. So CORPTA was, through the bipartisan infrastructure bill, given money that was allocated to all the states. So through that bill that was signed in 2021, it invests more than $50 billion over the next 5 years for infrastructure programs, and one of which is the lead reduction across the United States. And then with that money became principal forgiveness. So Colorado issues these funds through the Drinking Water Revolving Fund, and they're in the form of the BIL loans, the principal forgiveness, and then the traditional leverage loans. So for Englewood, this is what our funding package looks like. So it's a total of $40 million with a not to exceed amount that we would borrow of $30.55 million. So that's made up of, on the left-hand side, the leveraged loan, which is about $23 million. That is a high estimate based on what the numbers SRF has given us to allow for minor changes that might occur during the bond sale. So that is a 30-year term with an interest rate of up to 5.5%. Again, that's a maximum interest rate. We're expecting it to be lower than that. And then the estimated debt service at that 5.5% is $1.583 million per year. And then on the right side of the graphic, this is the principal forgiveness portion of it. So the $10 million in free money that has come from the infrastructure bill. And then along with that, there is a direct loan of $7.55 million, and that has an interest rate of 3.5%, also for a 30-year loan. And the estimated debt service is $409,000 per year. So we are requesting that this be adopted as an emergency ordinance. The reason we're doing that is that CORPTA issues bonds only every 6 months. So they are planning to issue bonds this spring. And we would like to be included in that bond sale because it is a competitive bond sale that guarantees that we have cost and interest rate certainty for these loans. There's a pool of borrowers that CORPTA has pulled together for this bond sale. And I estimated that's about $100 million worth of bond funds for these other entities. So the City of Greeley, South Adams Water and Sanitation District, Town of Lochbuie, and the Upper Thompson Sanitation District. So CORPTA plans to post their preliminary official statement on April 30th, 2024. The competitive bond sale is scheduled for May 8th, 2024, and then loan closing would be on May 23rd, 2024. So we presented this last week at the Water and Sewer Board meeting, and it was approved then. We'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So we know that the one loan, the $7.5 million, is 3.5% because that's closed. Is that why we?
That's the interest rate that's been assigned to that piece of that funding by CORPTA. So they were issued, or they were allocated the funds through the BIL law, and so that was what was assigned to that loan, the interest rate of 3.5%.
Okay, and then on the other one, the 5.5% maximum, and we're hoping that it'll be less, but is it based on the current rate on the day that we close or take the money or whatever?
Correct. It's based on that date. We get we get a 15% discount on whatever that rate is. So yeah, 5.5 was the max that they were comfortable, they being CORPTA, that with us putting in our ordinance. You were here when we did WIFIA a couple years ago, and we had to adopt an emergency ordinance because interest rates were climbing at that time very rapidly. So this is similar situation, but not as it wasn't as unpredictable as at that time.
Okay, and why, can you explain for the public why we are passing this by emergency ordinance?
Sure. So because of the timing with the Corpta uh, preliminary official statement posting on April 30th, if we went through the traditional 2 readings plus then the 30-day comment period, we would then not be able to be included in that official statement. And then we would potentially wait for another 6 months until they're ready to issue bonds again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Member Wright?
Hi, Deputy Director Stone. A lot of my questions were answered during the study section, but I have a couple others. If we end up in that 5.5% interest rate and the rates drop, can we refi and get a lower interest rate?
That I don't know. I would have to.
It just one of those things. And are the bonds going to be open to the public to be able to purchase? So if, resident of Englewood wants to invest in these bonds and invest in their, can they purchase these bonds?
My understanding is that yes, it is open for public investment. I'm not familiar on exactly how that works.
Okay. Well, it'd be, if we could get that information, maybe put it on blast, hey, invest in this somehow, it might help. So, okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 11?
I move to approve Council Bill 11.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for all the hard work that you've done on this, and the city has needed this, and so I greatly appreciate, and I'm thankful we're moving forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Council Bill 13. This is the city ditch crossing agreements with Public Service Company of Colorado. We have Deputy Director Sarah Stone again, and I believe the question came from Member Russell. Was that you? Go ahead.
Yes, this came from me too, and I mean, this is the presentation on this real short too. Or,
Yes, it's also very short.
Okay, I would really like for the public to know, and then I'll give you my 2 questions before you do that. Will this project be concurrent with city ditch piping project, and how will it impact the city ditch piping project?
Sure. So I'll give the presentation. I think it's just a couple of slides. I'll answer those 2 questions first because they're very simple. They're not related to the city ditch piping project. So this, actually, let me just go to the next slide here. So this is in the vicinity of Prentice, and I actually can't see what that other one says.
Oh,
Prescott. So the city ditch is already piped in this area. So this is separate from the city ditch piping project. This is something that Excel is coming in, and they want to cross city ditch. It's pretty typical. So the purpose of this is to allow Excel to install a 6-inch gas main. They're going to use trenchless boring technology to do that, so they will not be digging up any part of city ditch or under city ditch. The city staff will be available for inspection to make sure that it meets our standards when this gas line is installed, and if there is any damage to city ditch, then the contractor is responsible for that. So as you can see here on the figure on the right, there is 29 feet of separation between city ditch and the gas main. I was actually quite surprised. That's quite deep, but it will not impact city ditch in any way. Like I said, this is the location. And the agreements that are required are a crossing and license agreement. So that defines the terms and condition for crossing city ditch. That's that permanent agreement. The temporary construction agreement permits the contractor to access this area. So we don't want people in our easement, but this allows the contractor to do that and do work in our easement. And then it includes all the terms and conditions for that. So this also was presented at our Water Sewer Board last Tuesday and approved.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so I guess the question then is some of the city ditch already piped between Chatfield and the Allen Water Treatment Plant?
It is. So that distance is about 6 miles, and there's about 2.5 miles that's remained to be piped, and that's what's going to be piped through the city ditch project.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 13?
I move to approve.
Council Bill 13.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Russell, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much. Deputy Director, are you still up for this one, or is it going to be Director Van
I'm
Ryn?
staying up here.
All right. This is Council Bill 15. This is agreements with Toll Southwest. And I believe this question, was that you, Member Russell? I don't have the sheet in front of me, so.
And I printed out my questions, but I forgot to bring them. And
I will have them, so.
And it may just have been more summarizing. Is that what it was?
Correct, yeah. So it wasn't really a question. It was just more regarding just the presentation for this project is brief. That would benefit the public to understand what we are doing here. So no specific question, but
Okay.
you wouldn't mind just going through the presentation?
Yeah, happy to. Okay, so this is another series of agreements. This is the Santa Fe Park drain line relocation. So just a little background, there is developments going in at the corner of Mineral and Santa Fe in the city of Littleton. There's 2 developments in that area. The River Park is on the north and Santa Fe Park is on the south. So we have critical infrastructure in that area. And so this is undeveloped currently, but City Ditch runs that through there. That's the light blue, and the developers are planning to relocate it over. Actually, they already have completed this construction. They've relocated City Ditch to that green line. So there were agreements that came before council last year for construction and easement allocation in this area for that work. Now we're talking about the McClellan drain line, and that's shown in yellow on the south side of that Santa Fe Park development. So that's the second development. That's being developed by Toll Southwest or Toll and TB Angeline or T-Ball. So when I get to the slide with all the agreements, those acronyms will make sense. So essentially what those developers want to do is relocate the drain line so that they can improve their ability to develop that area. So the Santa Fe Park development is a residential development. The proposed improvements as a part of these agreements tonight are relocation of, not relocation of City Ditch, that was previously done. These are proposed improvements for that entire site. So there's relocation of City Ditch, land dedicated for the McClellan pump station. So that is our pump station that brings water from McClellan Reservoir and Chatfield up through City Ditch, and then relocation of that drain line. So the drain line is important because it also has a connection with the city, or excuse me, not the city, Centennial Water and Sanitation District that serves Sterling Ranch, or serves Highlands Ranch. And so they have a interconnect with their infrastructure that's also on this property. And that interconnect is owned by Centennial, and so they also have a say in how that gets constructed and relocated. So the agreements required are the relinquishment and grant of easements for the drain line. So they're not moving it too far from that original location. They're just kind of straightening it out. And we're doing that with both Toll and T-Ball. And then the contract for construction, that defines the terms of construction for the drain line relocation and for the interconnect. The developer is fully paying for all aspects of the drain relocation. They are paying for the design currently, and any liability that to any of our assets that relies or that stands with the contractor. It does allow the city staff to be available for inspection, and we have final sign off on the relocated infrastructure. The interconnect agreement with City or Centennial Water and Sanitation District. So there hadn't been an agreement previously between Englewood and Centennial on how that interconnect was operated. In order to give Centennial some oversight into their infrastructure, we went ahead and defined the terms of that agreement through this process here. We will be coming back in the coming months for additional agreements for City Ditch and the drain line for that River Park development. So that's the one on the north where they're doing the same thing where they're relocating a portion of City Ditch. So these were also presented to the Water and Sewer Board last week and approved. I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Go ahead, Member Russell.
So are they connected? I mean, is one of them moving part of the ditch first and then and we don't always use city ditch water, right? I mean, at all times during the year.
Currently, we do not. With the City Ditch Piping Project, that will give us the ability to use it all year round. So when the agreements came last year, it allowed for what developer came first, because we weren't really sure which one would be relocating a portion of that first. So the Santa Fe Park development did their relocation. They added a connection to the River Park side, and then now that developer will come in and finalize the rest of that relocation when we bring those agreements in the future.
Okay, and then also will the McClellan drain connect into the city ditch line also?
So that's separate from the City Ditch line. It connects to the pump station, the McClellan pump station, into the reservoir so that we can keep the McClellan reservoir at the levels that we need to. If we need to drain it for some large precipitation event, we are able to do that, and it drains off into the South Platte River.
Okay, so and is that how we utilize McClellan Reservoir at the Allen Water Treatment Plant, is drain it into the South Platte before? Or is there a delivery system from McClellan Reservoir down to the Allen Water Treatment Plant?
So our delivery from Allen Water Treatment Plant would be via City Ditch. From McClellan to the Allen plant would be via City Ditch. The majority of what we use McClellan Reservoir water for is augmentation and flows that we need to release for other flows that we're taking in other locations. And so we don't take a lot of direct flow from McClellan. We use it in the management of how we operate our water resources. And so the McClellan drain line is actually a two-way line. So it can either pump into McClellan or drain out of McClellan. And at that point in time, once it gets to the pump station, we can connect it up to the City Ditch system.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you very much, and thank you for doing the presentation also.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Member Wright.
I just have a quick question, please. So currently I just saw it. The city ditch is open, correct?
Let me just go.
Perfect.
Yep. So this one here is this one?
One more back, I believe. The Littleton development, yes.
Yep.
So it's open channel. So when it's moved, will it be encased in piping and closed?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
So on the Santa Fe Park side, where it curves, south of that River Park development, that's already been completed. So it's now located in that along that green line, and it is fully piped.
Okay, and that kind of protects it from all the Santa Fe pollution and gunk and...
Just one clarification on that. So the little curvy part, that's actually that's a concrete channel that we will be covering. And that's because that connects to where it's diagonally crossing that gulch there. That's a flume. And so the hydraulics didn't allow us to optimally pipe it yet. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cover that area that's brand new. It's a brand new 3-sided channel. We're gonna cover it so that it's a covered system. We're piping downstream of that. And then once we rework the hydraulics associated with the pump station at some future date, we'll likely pipe that last section of it.
So the curvy part in the green or the curvy part,
in the
blue?
green.
Okay.
Yeah, so that small little reach there is actually a 3-sided concrete channel right now.
Yeah, I was wondering why you just didn't go straight down to the yellow part.
And that's because what that connects to is a flume that crosses Dad Clark Gulch, and that flume was a there's a challenge with the hydraulics on that flume, so we did not do that work. We were not doing that work yet because we don't need it yet, and we're going to try and find a better solution once we actually do improvements to the pump station.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Member Pring?
Thank you. Now that it's open for questions, I just want to get my curiosity satisfied. So in the presentation, it sounded like it was an option to test the new structure or infrastructure for the movement. Is it not common practice that we would test the water flow through that? Do we intend to do that, given that this is such a vital resource for us to manage our water flow throughout the city?
Yes, we would test it, and we would make sure it's up to our standard for what we need to deliver water through that infrastructure.
Thank you.
Sorry. One quick comment on that. So the original design of this was being done by an engineer that was hired by the developer, and their design product was not meeting our standards. So we actually worked with them, and council previously saw an agreement to where they paid our selected engineer, which happened to be Hazen, because they were the ones that proposed the best solution for it. So they hired Hazen directly to design it to our standards, and the product design has turned out much better than what that original engineering design was. And so we every step of the way, we're working with the developer to ensure we're getting the best possible solution for our systems coming out of their work, and they're paying for it all, which is actually a huge part of where there's benefit to both parties. They move it out of the middle of their development, but we get it moved into our piped system that we ultimately want for this reach, and so that they pay for this significant reach out of their project.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve Council Bill 15.
Thank you so much. Member Russell, can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Member Wright, any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnham.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Deputy Director, thank you so much for now. See you soon. So, all right, we're moving on to skipping public here. Oh, no, sorry. We still have one more. Council Bill 9. So this is the intergovernmental agreement between Englewood and Littleton for the South Metro Enterprise Zone. We have Development Manager Darren Hollingsworth. And Member Wright, I believe this might be your question.
Good evening, Your Honor, and members of City Council. Darren Hollingsworth, Economic Development Manager. I'm happy to respond to any questions the council may have.
Go ahead, Member Wright.
Hi there. Thank you for being here this evening. So I have a couple questions trying to understand this whole thing. Apparently, we have managed this enterprise zone for multiple cities for 34 years.
Correct.
Trying to wrap my head around this. So my first question was, in 2023, we received from the state, if I read this correctly, just under $18,500. How many staff, how many Englewood staff hours were used in managing and working this enterprise zone for multiple cities? And is it worth managing this?
So we receive this Enterprise Zone Administration grant annually from the state of Colorado. It's a matching grant, a 50-50 matching grant. Council will receive, coming up later on this year, the approval of a consideration of an ordinance to accept the 2024 admin grant as well. Staff serving to support the enterprise zone and community development staff represents the economic development manager, myself, Nancy Fenton, enterprise zone administrator, and Shelley Warwick, department assistant, excuse me. So 3 staff spend a portion of our staff time, and we maximize that grant each year through a matching staff time that we bill to the grant.
Okay, and where does the other 50% come from?
Existing general fund dollars to support staff time.
Okay, so we do not receive funds from the other cities, and I believe it was Sheridan, Littleton, and parts of Parker?
That's correct. We do not receive funds from the other jurisdictions. So this particular IGA represents Littleton taking on a portion of their zone because they've elected to take a heavier lift in doing what's called a contribution project at the local level. So they will take a sub-zone role in taking on a portion of their own administration.
Okay, and do we have IGAs with the other cities at all?
Not currently, and they don't have the level of administration that's required, that Littleton is going to be requiring under this new subzone, so not currently.
Okay.
On the short-term horizon, Arapahoe County will be approaching Englewood in the future, perhaps as early as this summer, to form another subzone, which would represent portions of Deer Trail, buyers in portions outside of our trade area, and Arapahoe County staff would administer through an IGA similar to this, that portion of the newly formed enterprise zone out in that area.
And are they wanting best practices from Englewood, or having Englewood also help manage that?
So we would serve ultimately as a zone administrator, and they would have a sub-zone administration role under the enterprise zone through Englewood. So there's one South Metro enterprise zone that would be under a sub-zone of the South Metro enterprise zone.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, how many staff hours do you believe, outside of doing hours for Englewood, do you think are spent on Parker, Littleton, and Sheridan?
Minimal. However, an annual report is derived each year to support with connections with each of those communities. But minimal zones, we don't put boots on the ground in each of those jurisdictions. We process administratively the zone applications, the business applications, but when it comes to the heavy lifts, the respective jurisdictions will take on that role. In this case, Littleton has stepped forward and said they want to take a stronger role with their local business community and are going to be doing contribution projects, working with nonprofits. So that's a heavy lift for staff. We don't have that capacity currently, so Littleton is looking to step in that role.
Okay, and it surprises me Parker wouldn't. I guess Sheridan, I understand. Okay, and none of the other cities are looking at becoming subzones themselves then?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 9?
I move to approve Council Bill 9.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hollingsworth, for that. Moving on to agenda item 11. This is Council Bill 12. We have Director of Utilities, Pieter Van Rij, here to talk about amendments to the City of Englewood Municipal Code for the lead service line replacements.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm back again tonight. A lot of utilities tonight. So we talked about this in study session most recently, just a week or two ago. So I'll run through this presentation fairly quickly since the council has seen it all, just so that the members of the public can see as well. So what we're here tonight is to talk about the amendment, the code amendment changes that we need in order to effectively execute on our lead removal program that we've been talking about quite a bit tonight. So it establishes the program. And the second bullet here actually was something after the presentation earlier tonight when Mayor Pro Tem Anderson asked the question about how is this funding if someone has a lead line or doesn't have a lead line. So this establishes the financial conditions that establishes as funding's available, we will provide this service for removal of lead service lines. There's another piece that we intend to come back to council on, which is adopting truly that formalization of are we as a city utility gonna fund it for everybody who's part of this program since we have this low interest loan and this grant money? Or does the council want to take potentially a different approach where, homeowners would be on the hook for part of it? That we've been following the Denver water model and with their lead removal program where they have assumed the entire cost as part of their rate-based cost because it is a part of their larger system. So that's where that's how we've been moving forward. However, once all this gets in place and we get the funding in place, we intend to come back to council and make sure that as we define who is funded versus who's not funded, how that potentially occurs if people refuse to allow us to replace their line. All of that is the last piece of this, which is more policy discussion as opposed to code changes or funding or things like that. So I may have jumped the gun a little bit in terms of an explanation. It's just the explanation that we've been moving forward with that makes sense. But there is still a last piece of this. And then we also establishing requirements for metered water service. Deputy Director Stone's going to talk about that. That's the next item because the feedback was to separate these two. So we've done that. And then ultimately define the city and customer responsibilities. We're putting together a form to help from an acknowledgement perspective, and I think that the key bullet here is that we're going to make 4 attempts to work with the homeowner on a replacement of the line. After 4 attempts, the EPA has said that we can move on if someone does not respond to us after 4 attempts to remove their line. At which point, then we would have provisions to protect the rest of the system from that remaining piece of the line until such time in the future that they would potentially remove it. So we're a minimum of 4 attempts to contact and make contact with that homeowner to get this resolved. The code changes reinforce a lot of these aspects, the definition of the property rights, the 4 outreach, what happens if someone decides they don't want to participate, how a new property owner who potentially buys a property that a previous property owner refused to remove that line, how they would be contacted to ensure that if they want to remove the line, that would happen quickly, and then ultimately the penalties that would potentially result if we get non-compliance from customers. So from a timeline perspective, you can see we have started our process, talked a lot about SRF. This is really the compliance regulations that we're moving through with the EPA right now, which is LCRR and LCRI. You can see what those definitions are. We're essentially going to fall under the LCRI, and all communities across the U.S. by the late 2030s are going to have all their lead service lines removed. So instead of waiting till the end, we found an opportunity to access the money that's available, and we're going to remove this potential hazard for our customers on the front end. And then we also performed a corrosion control study, which is essentially how lead potentially impacts our system. That was required because we became a large utility. The results of that corrosion control study was favorable in the sense that all of our testing results were under the 5 micrograms per liter 90th percentile. I think we're around 4.2-ish, we're in the low to mid 4s. And so essentially we're not completely we're not completely zero lead, but our lead numbers are below any action level, which puts us in a position where we can actually have more autonomy over how we execute the removal of those lead service lines. Our steps for outreach, we'll submit that form that we showed, and then we'll do an on-site visit, and then we'll do the replacement. It's generally a 6 to 8 hour process. We anticipate doing a few a day with the contractor. We'll work with the contractor on how that actually looks, but each individual property owner should only be impacted for a day. And then ultimately, there's a 1-year warranty for the homeowner for what has been installed, which is pretty standard what you see with this type of infrastructure installation. And then our outreach schedule, you can see in May, we're going to start with bill inserts, and then we've got a number of community events that we're going to provide outreach, and then some in-person meetings. And then you have the in-person consultation which will involve the contractor and a city representative for every homeowner that will be receiving either a lead line characterization test or a removal. So ultimately, this is what we're trying to accomplish with these recommended improvements or code changes. And it was actually, these were recommended for approval by the Water and Sewer Board on at the March meeting, and we're bringing them tonight with all the other items that we brought tonight.
Thank you very much, Director. Any questions? Member Wright, did you have a question? Or?
I do, but
We'll
I
start off with member.
it must have turned it on its own. It knows, but
We'll start off with Member Russell, and then we'll come back to you, Member Wright. Go ahead,
Thank
Member
you.
Russell.
So my question is on page 11 of the ordinance, and I know we've talked about this before, and it's where it talks about G, discontinuance of service in addition to other penalties. The city may, after at least 30 days, notice discontinue water service. My question is, who is responsible to check the transfer of the property? It's listed with the county. It should happen at closing when somebody buys a home, correct or no?
That's correct. And so it becomes part of the title documents. This would be part of the title documents that at the time of closing, an existing homeowner would transfer that responsibility to the new homeowner. It could then be part of that negotiation between the seller and the buyer, but it is a formal part of the title documents.
Okay, I just want to make sure that a new homeowner doesn't get notified and all of a sudden the city shows up, we're going to turn your water off.
Yeah, we don't anticipate that would happen. We would give them a number of outreaches prior to any kind of turn off anyways. We try to contact people several times. Sarah is probably going to answer this better.
Okay.
I just have an additional clarification. So the 4 outreach attempts that we are required to do, so that's part of that LCRI, we would restart that. So we would first notify by the title status change, and then we would start that 4 outreach attempts again to that particular homeowner. So ultimately, we would then be responsible again for reaching out and making sure that service line gets replaced.
Okay, but can we keep tabs on the county also to make sure the county's doing their job so it actually happens before it gets to the 4 notifications from us?
Yes. Yeah. So we get contacted anytime there is a property sale for a title status through the title status request process. That's typically to provide a final utility bill, but because we would also have this information, we would add to that form that this particular property has a lead service line. So,
Okay.
Yes, we would, from the county perspective and our perspective, be tracking that.
Okay, perfect.
So it would be our responsibility to provide that as part of that title request.
Okay, and then just one other question. This is on page 12, 1B6, C, where it talks about the city does not assume any obligation nor acquire any liability whatsoever for damage to the connecting property or any portion thereof or to any other properties caused by or resulting from any maintenance or construction work undertaken under this section. So if there was not a problem before replacement and there is a problem after the replacement has occurred, why should the property owner be responsible?
Well, I think what, so.
And I
so-
could be misunderstanding this.
No, I think I understand what I think I understand your thought on this is that, if we do something, we knowingly cause damage to their property, that would be something that we would work as part of that project to resolve. What we're trying to cover with that language is, the city was just here. Now all of a sudden, my entire house, my roof is collapsing because there's a foundation issue that you caused. And so that's what we're trying to protect ourselves there, is that the scope of what potentially is an issue that we cause doesn't result in a burden to the city that that's undue and inappropriate.
Okay, and I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that even if a contractor that the city sent in to do the replacement and they left a problem there, that the city will make sure that problem gets fixed, right? If it was
Yes, part
caused
of this
by them.
program, yes. And that's where that 1-year warranty period will also help to cover if there is something. So if maybe they connect maybe they make a connection that doesn't, that starts a small leak or something, we'd come back in and we would fix that as part of that warranty process.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Member Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions, please. Back to on that page 12, what Member Russell was talking about. Can we somehow look at rewording that where it says that, because it even says the connecting property or any portion, therefore, or any other properties caused by or resulting from maintenance or construction work undertaken under this section, where somehow where we have a word, and we may have to talk to the city attorney, where it's found that it is done by, a contractor or by the city, that we will look at it. My feeling is, if we find that the city is at fault for some kind of damage, people already mistrust the government. And then we have a clause here saying, well, we're not going to fix if we do something. It's just causing more distrust. So if we have something in here saying, okay, yep, we did it, we're going to repair it, but this clause is saying, nope, we're not at fault for anything, I think it puts us off the hook. Although, we may in the end do the right thing, this is just saying, nope, we don't have to because we have a law saying we don't have to. So,
well, I'd maybe look at it from a different direction of, this protects all the other ratepayers who, if someone comes in and wants to exploit something and say this is more of an issue, this language is protective of the city and protective of the ratepayers of a potential issue that may not be the city's.
yeah, someone causing fraud, and maybe
Exactly.
something could be written saying, if you are causing fraud to the city or something like that. I see both sides of the coin on what you're saying, but I
Sure.
also see somebody that has been done wrong, and it's that balancing act, I guess. So the other question I have is the penalties. Any person who violates any provision of this section, and I'm sorry, I jumped to page 11.
Yep.
Must be section 7, number F. So any person who violates any provisions of this section may be subject to a fine as set forth by the city's fee schedule. Each day a violation continues may be considered a separate offense. So if someone says, no, we don't want that current homeowner, does this apply to the new homeowner that had no idea that there's lead line, and then they get that, you're overwhelmed as a new homeowner and all of a sudden the city's knocking on your door? Something during the study session we had discussed is there a way to put some kind of a lien on the house. I don't know, contractor lane, a government lane or something, so that potential new homeowners are warned. There's lead lines. This is what's going to happen, so that when they're negotiating, the amount that's going to cost to replace those lines could be negotiated to protect potential new homeowners.
Well, and that's where we think that title process is the most appropriate place for it, because that title process is part of this transfer and sale of the house. And so that's not going to be separate from the documents associated with that sale. So that, because it's incorporated with those documents of that sale, we believe that's the best time for homeowners to be made aware of it and also be able to negotiate it if necessary.
But will they be notified after the sale or while this sale is pending, I guess is my confusion.
So they'll be notified with the title documents during the sale, during that sale process.
Okay.
Correct?
Okay.
And then afterward, we will then reinitiate what Sarah said previously was we will reinitiate that 4-step process of getting in touch with them to work with them to remove that lead line piece.
Okay. And what type of fee schedule are we looking at? Is that something that's being updated right now, or?
Yes, so that is something that we will, once these code amendments, if they're approved, we would then come back with a fee schedule update and would define what those penalties are. So I do want to address your question on the penalties. So that is related to the city's ability to come in and replace the utility side of the lead service line. We would assess penalties or potentially shut off the customer if they did not allow us to replace that section from the water main to the meter pit or curb stop. So that particular piece is the utility side. So we have to replace that piece no matter what. That's part of the regulation. It's that customer side that they can, after the 4 attempts, say, no, we don't want you to do that. So that piece could remain lead. But the other, they cannot prevent us from doing the utility side of the lead line.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and I think, all right, thank you.
Member Pring?
Thank you. To triple down on the question about damages. So I don't think that we necessarily need to reference in code changes were the city to inadvertently damage something. But is there some sort of paperwork with the homeowner that occurs? And so you referenced it being covered under the warranty of the work that we're doing for this project to do the replacement of lines. Is there verbiage in paperwork that a homeowner is given to give assurances that the city takes responsibility were us or a contractor to be responsible for it?
Yes, so that's that acknowledgement form that we will require before any work is done on a particular property that the homeowner signs. That's a document that we actually will bring to council to review during, I think it's a study session that we are planning to show you all of our outreach materials for this particular program. And that's one of those key pieces, because we want to make sure that the property owner understands exactly what is going to happen with their lead line replacement. It's laid out very well in that form, and it is required before the replacement can take place.
That gives me all the reassurance I need. Thank you.
Any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 12?
Move to approve CB 12.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nanenkamp.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you so much, Director. So move. We got Council Bill 14, amendments to the City of Englewood Municipal Code support water meter code changes.
In the interest of keeping up with variety, I'm going to turn this one over to Deputy Director Stone as well. So thank you.
Okay, so another set of code changes, proposed code changes for tonight. So this is the flat rate to metered service and meter exchanges code amendments. As Director Van Rye mentioned, we separated this out from the lead code changes that we had proposed previously. So these are similar in that they defined the responsibilities of the city and the responsibility of the customers when converting from a flat rate to a metered service. So a little background, there are 1,083 flat rate customers still remaining. There has been a state law in effect since April 1990 that required all water providers to meter service. There was a phase-in for that. Compliance was required through that law by 2009. So we have been out of compliance. Now there's not any penalties that we could find that was associated with that law, but we thought that was important background. Converting all of the flat rate to metered service was a part of the 2020 master plan recommendations. And currently there is some language in city code that does require when there's a sale of a property or if a property changes in its usage from residential to commercial, that a meter is installed. There is also some loose language that says when it's deemed to be in the best interest of the city. So the reason that we wanted to present these code changes is to define that, that last piece a little bit better. So the proposed code changes establish requirements for metered service. As I mentioned, it has been a state law since 1990. We define the customer responsibilities to convert to metered service, and we establish some outreach requirements. And then we also established penalties for noncompliance. So these are our proposed outreach efforts for flat rate conversions. So if it's a new property owner, again, the title change process triggers that notification of a flat rate, and that property must be converted to metered service within 90 days of that property sale. For existing flat rate customers, so our plan is to send a notification letter by U.S. mail at least 30 days in advance of a scheduled conversion of when we would want to convert that meter. If no response, we would then send a second letter requiring some kind of response within 14 days. Again, if no response, we would post a blue tag on the property requesting that they contact utilities department immediately. And then if there's continued no response, that would be subject to the penalty provisions in the recommended code changes. The meter pit installation would be scheduled with the customer once payment is received for the meter and the pit. And then when we are doing meter exchanges, for outside set meters, currently there isn't necessarily a need for a customer interaction if we need to go in and exchange the meter for outside set meters because it's in a meter pit. Field crews will always knock on the door prior to beginning any type of work. We were actually just discussing this earlier this evening. We're going to, after some feedback from a customer, we're going to change our process here, and we are going to start scheduling these with homeowners so that no one's surprised if they can't get to the door when our crews knock and all of a sudden their water shut off. Then we don't want that to happen. So we're going to go ahead and change that process. So for inside set meters, we will send a notification again by U.S. mail that their meter needs to be exchanged, their electronics, that's ERT, needs to be replaced. So they would then contact utilities within 30 days. If no response, we'll send a second letter. If no response again, we'll hang a blue tag. And then if there's continued no response, meaning their meter is essentially dead and not reading, we would then start doubling their water bill each month until we get some kind of response. So we don't want to go in and shut people off, but we do want to just replace the meter. So that is our current practice and has worked fairly well. We don't use it very often. It's been used very rarely since I've been here in the last three years. I can think of 2 instances where at some point, a few months down the road, their water bill gets so high that they do call us. And then once that meter is exchanged or completed, the credit is issued to the customer for that overcharge. So this was presented to Water Sewer Board for approval on that March 12th meeting, and is the same code amendments that you all saw during our study session a few weeks ago. Open up for any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Any questions from council? Member Wright.
Just
She
one.
only has one.
Hey, break a record here. I appreciate both of you this evening and answering all the questions and stuff. My thought is if I have a question, then the public has a question. Will the city pay for these meter replacements, or is it up to the resident to pay for the cost of the meter? Because when I was reading it, I was like, this is kind of confusing when I was reading it.
Sure. So, there's a couple different answers to that. So one, through the lead reduction program, as a part of that program, we will install meter pits wherever there is needed one as we're going through and installing or replacing a lead service line. So that meter pit will be included as a part of the program. Now the meter, that is to be paid for by the customer. And then for existing flat rate customers that do not have a lead service line, so a regular copper line, then those customers would be responsible for the meter pit and the meter, responsible for those costs. And then we, the utilities department, do not charge for the labor for that. Our internal crews would do that construction.
But it's still property of the cities, but the property owner or resident is responsible to pay for it.
Correct.
That doesn't make sense to me. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 14?
I move to approve CB 14.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments?
I just have one. With all these programs that we're doing for the, 1,200 meters we need to replace, there's no way to fit the cost of those meters into any of these. Well, first of all, how much do these meters cost on average to a resident?
Let me. Do you know? Yeah, I think that includes the pit as well.
Okay, so could we set up a hardship program for anybody that it may be a hardship, where the city could somehow absorb the cost if need be, or grant or something?
So I guess we're always open to those types of things. I think the reason why this is an assigned cost to that property owner is that because we can directly tie that cost to that property. And so if somehow this is handled by a larger program, then you're spreading that cost of that single property across everybody else.
Okay.
Now, the thing with going from flat rate to metered service, what we find most of the time is that the flat rate was designed to capture a higher level of potential water use because the city wanted to make sure it wasn't undercharging. So what happens a lot of times is someone will install a meter and their bill will go down. And so what we talked about and what we plan to do with this is instead of saying to the homeowner, now you have to pay $321 for this meter, is what we'll do is we'll take that credit amount over the course of those however many months, we'll keep them at a flat rate, and then we'll slowly take care of that meter cost such that they don't see a change in their cost until the meter's paid off, and then it drops to whatever the meter brings.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
And I'll just add, I confirmed with our business manager that we already do that. So that is our current practice, is how we level out the bill. So.
Makes me feel better. Thank you.
All right, we do have a motion. We have a first, we have a second. So without any further comments, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Sorry. Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Praying.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Director, Deputy Director, your night is over. So thank you so much.
Thank you to all of you for all the support on these programs. We really, really do appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you for all the work.
Mayor, can I request a short break?
Sure, we could take a short break. Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. 5-minute break. All right, what time is it? 9:13. If we could come back at 9:18. So. All right, Deputy City Manager, I guess we should get started. I know Member Camp should be back any minute now. So we are moving on to 11C1, this is discussion and approval of Q1 2024 strategic plan revisions and updates. So Deputy City Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And just again, want to thank Liz Ramsey, our Management Fellow in our City Manager's office, who's here with me, who played a major role in doing the work tonight. So she'll be doing the presentation with me. Just to point out, I greatly apologize. I think there was a PDF issue in your packet. And so there are a few letters, J's for some reason, that were missing in a few places. So I don't know what that was about, but yes, I don't know what that was about, but I apologize and think it was just a PDF issue when it was translated. So this is an overview of the plan. You have 8 outcome areas. This is the new updated plan. 56 goals, 179 key projects, 98 metrics, and 23 projects in development. So just as a reminder, we did take a different approach to how we organize the plan based on feedback that we received from you and also from staff. And so the way the updates that you'll receive are now tied to the quarter. So when directors submitted projects for the plan that you approved, they talked through when they thought the project would be completed. And so now when we see projects, we see them based either in progress, delayed, or completed based on their deliverable date. So there are 4 projects that were in Q1. The beginning of the year, plan was just adopted on March 1st. Obviously, as you can guess, as the year moves on, there are more projects every quarter, with the fourth quarter having the most. So there are four projects for this quarter. 2 of them have been completed and 2 have been delayed. The first one is the determination of the feasibility of the construction on US 85 Broadway interchange. This is one where there are some questions involving financing. City Manager Lewis and Director Rachael will be providing you with some updates on that in the coming weeks for you to make a determination. But that's on staff to bring the information to you, and then it's up to the council to determine whether that project will move forward. The next one that we're pretty proud about, and thanks to all of you for your support. We got $5,000 in the budget to create an interest group program. As of today, as of a couple hours ago, 4 groups have been submitted. So the Toastmasters Club, which is a international speaking club, will have its first meeting tomorrow. There's a leadership group, a fishing group, and a golf club, and so they're key parts of employee engagement. Small dollar amounts, but definitely something that's really important for our employee engagement efforts. Also, in terms of sustainability, we had one project in terms of air quality related to proper gas ventilation, and this was just creating some documentation that was submitted and posted on the website and also available as hard copies. And then finally, for placemaking, to build and install community message boards. And I apologize, I'm not sure why the notes were not included there, but this is very close to being completed. 4 have been installed. We are working through some permitting issues, but there's 4 that are on order. So we do hope to have that completed relatively soon. Now I'm going to turn it over to Liz Ramsey, our Management Fellow, to go through modifications. I just want to point out that at the last meeting when we presented and received your support to adopt the plan, several of you did provide some suggestions on changes. And so we did include those in draft form in the packet for review of the whole council. There were a few areas you noted, for example, in public safety, there seemed to be a desire for more information and more projects and more metrics around responding to emergencies. There was also some information at the council retreat related to air quality and sustainability that was not fully carried through. And so those were some of the major updates that Liz will walk you through.
Thank you so much. So overall, we have approximately 37 modifications that we're requesting to the strategic plan in this round. In the governance section, there was the addition of a project to develop a proposal for a grant writer requested by Councilmember Wright. And then also we moved the workflow improvement project to tools and technology so that it more properly aligns with the projects and goals. That was requested by Member Ward. And then in sustainability, staff is requesting approximately 18 modifications, primarily designed to add clarity and improve alignment between goals and projects. Like Tim mentioned, a couple of those were brought up at the council retreat, and they're being fulfilled here.
In transportation, staff is requesting 2 modifications, again designed to add clarity and improved alignment between goals and projects. And then in safety, staff is requesting approximately 15 modifications to address council comments relative to responding to emergencies and public safety communications, and to include additional work occurring relative to the safety outcome area. So that was also in response to council member comments. And I did want to point out, Councilmember Prang, you mentioned there was a metric about co-responders that wasn't exactly correct, and we did get that wording fixed as well. That's taken care of. And then I also just wanted to go over these 2 dashboards that we have implemented to make strategic plan more accessible to the community. The first is the reporting on performance metrics. We have this dashboard with OpenGov now, and this is a big improvement from the last dashboard. It's much more user-friendly, much more easy for staff to upload the data. So we're really excited about launching that. And then also we do have a reporting dashboard for projects as well. Both of these are located on the strategic plan page on the city website, I believe. And like Tim mentioned, each project is assigned a quarter. And so when that quarter deadline is up, there will be updates on this dashboard. And we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramsey, for the presentation, as well as Deputy City Manager, Member Noonkemp.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I really like the new projects and the new metrics, especially around when we want to do things. I think tracking, having the baseline data so that we can understand where we need to make improvements, especially around the public safety. Really excited to see the plan at this place. I had 2 areas of question. One was under sustainability. In the council communication, this is on the bottom of page 1303, so apologies, I'm not sure, under community resilience, and it's changing our greenhouse gas emission metric, and I just want to be really clear about it. So it says the current one that we have is reduce carbon emissions from city-owned residential and commercial buildings. The staff are recommending a change to reduce community-wide greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2030 and 90% by 2050. I'm not sure who's the best person to answer this. It's a pretty ambitious goal. It also doesn't just include city-owned facilities, it includes the entire community. I want to understand where this goal came from and if we think it's possible.
So thank you, Member Noonkemp. So those were actually recommendations, and apologize, it probably wasn't articulated clearly in the packet, from the Sustainability Commission. So Sustainability Coordinator Mel England basically looked at best practices, regional targets, and then had 2 different check-ins, I believe, with the commission to set those targets.
And I know that she's not here, Ms. England, so I apologize for asking this question, but do we feel like we have control over community-wide greenhouse gas emissions to actually accomplish this goal?
Yes, that's a great question. So when we first built the sustainability plan in 2020, we didn't have targets for anything. And part of the reason why was that we lacked control over a lot of it, and also because we were just getting started. And so a lot of my understanding is that a lot of the things that would go into this are statewide initiatives, regional initiatives. And so I greatly apologize. I don't know the exact name of a few of the organizations that she spoke to, but she basically looked at regional targets and looked at regional initiatives and programs and basically made the estimation that if the region was moving towards this with regional investments, the city could get there. And so I believe that's how it was calculated.
Super helpful. I think it's an ambitious but an inspirational goal. My only reason I bring it up is I would hate to set a goal that we hold the city accountable to without knowing, would this require council action or investment or what's our path to getting there? So I don't want to derail the entire process, but for something that might entail additional council action, that background would be super helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Member Noonkemp. And the only thing I would add to that is, so the first target, of course, is just 6 years away. The other one is many more years away in 2050. And so when I talked to Coordinator England about it, the thought was that because it's so far away, it's something we could try to aim for, but that future employees, commission members, and councils, if 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 15 years from now, we were going in a different direction, this could be evaluated and modified because it's so far into the future.
That's super helpful. An aspirational stretch goal is something that can be quite helpful sometimes in strategic plans. The other question I had was actually around member rights recommendation for a grant writer. This is something actually I remember I brought up when I was on the budget advisory board or commission because it seems to be such a huge need in the city. And at the time, we heard the feedback from staff that a lot of these positions are highly specialized within departments to be able to effectively write grants. And obviously, I know that this would be potentially a new FTE that would come towards the council in the budget cycle. So I just want to understand, is this something that staff is saying they feel like they need to respond to come up with a position, or is it exploring and it may be included in the budget cycle or it may not?
Yeah, thank you, Member Camp. So everything you see before you, as Liz mentioned, the 37 modifications, these either came directly from council members as part of the meeting on the March 4th or as part of the retreat on January 27th, or they came as from staff as a result of the council discussion. So the idea that Member Wright brought forward, the way we've articulated here, is that if council does decide to move forward with it tonight, is that we would basically we would develop a business case for council consideration. So we would look at opportunities, we would weigh cost benefits. We've thanks to Director of Communications Chris Hargith, we now have a template basically to use for business cases for new positions, and so we would explore what it would look like, and we would provide it to you for consideration. So it isn't necessarily like a formal thing saying that we have to do this, but it's, we wanted to acknowledge that there are council interests in exploring it further.
Great. Yeah, I don't know if there were 4 people who all wanted to do this for the strategic plan. I definitely think we should have a really robust grant writing function. I'm hesitant, though, to say that we are going to direct staff to bring forward a position to us that they're not necessarily asking for. I would be much more interested in them bringing forward FTE recommendations to us in the budget based on what they feel like they really need. And so I think exploring, do we need more grant writing, is really interesting to me, but I don't know if I would want to see a business case come to us outside of the budget cycle, because I just don't think that's how we make these decisions. And I would hate if they feel like that they actually need an FTE somewhere else that would be more valuable to push it here. So if we can massage it, I'm open to that, but I don't know if I could support it the way that it is now. That's my feedback.
Thank you, Member Camp. Member Wright, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I think Mayor Pro Tem is first.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, sorry, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor. That one also kind of pinged my interest, that the one that Member Camp brought up about the FTE for grant writing. This has come up, I want to say, at least 2 or 3 times since I've been on council, and I remember council meetings it came up before I was on council too, and it seemed like the outcome each time was that staff did not believe that the best way to approach grant writing was to have a central grant writer, but rather that each department should kind of deal with that on their own. Is that still an opinion that staff holds, or has opinion changed?
Well, I'll let Tim answer if he has additional information, but yes, that's the current practice. And in fact, in our, whether it's stormwater or our enterprise funds in particular, water and sewer and SPR, many times we are having consultants that are writing these grants for us. So, there is a cost for that, but it's a very specialized kind of area of research and grant writing that is needed that would be difficult, to find a centralized grant writer. But in areas like parks, they are doing that in-house, and there probably, is some need for a staffing element there for some of those general fund departments that do write grants. I think Mel England is a good example of someone who's been very active in writing grants, and I'm sure that's taken up quite a bit of her time. And perhaps some of those are general enough that, we could use some of that assistance. But we will, ask the departments to propose that in the budget if that is a need that they see.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not interested in moving that particular project forward.
Member Wright.
Thank you. At the beginning of the year, I met with all of the departments. I took tours. I met with the directors, I met with the staff under the directors. It was one question I'd asked all of them. Because writing grants is something that they all discussed. And the question I asked is, if Englewood had a full-time grant writer, would it be beneficial? I heard yes from every single department, not just the directors. It was the people that were writing those grants. And let me use an example. Parks and Rec, to write one grant application took one person 80 hours. Now that's 80 hours that they could be working in the rec centers, in the parks, and doing what needs to be done. Now, what would be the harm in looking at, for let's say a year, at getting a full-time grant writer and looking at the benefit of, okay, it's a year, whatever their salary is, and if they are able to produce the grants that their salary plus whatever grants, and the grant benefits are more than their salaries. And just in parks, let's say, in those 80 hours that that person is writing grants, that's a lot of time. And parks write a lot of grants. That's stuff that they could be doing in the parks. And I think we need to look at that. And like I said, I'm doing my last ride along with code enforcement tomorrow. I've been with every department. I heard yes from everybody overwhelmingly that it would be something that they would be open to. So it's just not at the director level. It was the people that are actually doing the work that they would absolutely enjoy and say please. So I think hearing it from the people that would benefit is where we need to look for the direction from.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Prang.
Thank you.
Your mic went off.
Apologize. I think if we asked any employee if they could use help, that they would say yes. I know I certainly would answer yes to that. So I think it's important input, and I'm glad that you asked that question. But I do, working for the state and seeing us receive lots and lots of grants, whether it be from other state agencies or the feds, it can be very, very highly specialized. And I wouldn't want to put us in a position of, you know, having a central grant writer that we're paying for and providing benefits for, et cetera, but then we're also having to use consultants to help write the grants. I also think that there's a lot of merit to, this is not where we would do this kind of request. So if it is typically part of the budget process and city manager is assuring that we're asking of each department if that's, you know, a need within their area to bring that forward through the budget process this year, I'd rather see it come through there.
Thank you, Member Prang. Member Russell.
Thank you. And I haven't really necessarily thought about this a lot, although I know probably in the last 5 years, there's been pressure really from council itself for each department to apply for more grants. I can understand why, if we had a grant writer for different departments in the general fund, but had a different one for the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant, I mean, even if we had to contract those out, those are highly specialized. I think maybe some of the other departments tend to be one person that is a skilled grant writer could do it, freeing up all these other employees. If the grant writer paid for their own salary and their own benefits, and it freed up the other departments, that they wouldn't be spending all of that time on things that they don't specialize in either. And we can't afford to contract out grant writers for all the departments in the general fund. I think that's something that would be worth trying on a on a yearly 1 year, let's try it for a year. I mean, that's basically what we did with Mel England, and see if it works, and it might be incredibly effective. I think there is merit to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think there's, you know, I think in terms of hiring an employee to do grant writing, I don't think it's a terrible idea. But what I have noticed is that we usually have very few FTEs that we're adding each year. And to add an FTE as a 1-year trial basis, I think it would be very difficult to hire a skilled grant writer, knowing that they're on a 1-year, trial period. So that's why I think it's if this is a staff priority, when it comes time to balancing what is the best use of our funds for adding new FTEs, I would love to see staff kind of weigh the pluses and minuses in the budget cycle of doing that and not do it in this process. And maybe this is the one they come back with is, we want a grant writer, but that's a better process for it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonan-Camp.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up my comments on this topic. I just want to be clear. I agree in the argument of the efficiency of what a grant writer could provide the city, but I want to make sure too that council, that we're operating at the right elevation. This is like a little bit like a click into the weeds, I think, for us to say like, this is who you should hire, this is how we should do it. I would be more interested in saying, hey, we're asking for a lot of grants. Would you guys like to consider a grant writer? And if they think it would be efficient, then them bringing it to us in the budget cycle. This feels like a little bit backwards. And I don't think it's maybe the right thing for our strategic plan. And so I would pull it out. I think it's good feedback to give staff. And then, they may end up bringing it to us and we may end up funding it. But I just think it's more of a process piece. And honestly, our staff who do this every single day are much better situated and positioned to see if it would actually be efficient than those of us who don't actually work here 9 to 5 every day.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Prang?
Thank you. I think the other piece that would need to be looked at is deadlines for grants. I mean, if we're looking at the potential of hiring a central person to write grants, how many grants have we written in the last year, and what are the typical deadlines for those? Because can one person handle writing a bunch of grants that potentially are due at the same time? So I'd want a little more information around that as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't weighed in yet, but I would like to see this as part of the budget process. If staff feels that this is something that should be brought forward as part of additional FTEs or part-time FTE, then I'm fine with that. The questions I had were, because we see grants from parks, we see it from public works, utilities. What other departments are looking to utilize grants? How many grants are we missing out on? Just understanding how big of a need it is in order to have that. But I am happy to have that as part of the conversations during the budget process, if that's something that staff wants to bring forward. Perfect. Anything else from members of council? Any other questions? No, we got it was a good discussion, but any other questions regarding the strategic plan revisions? Actually, I have one question, and I'm sure that we're going to get more information on it when city manager does come forward. But is the delay of the 285 bridge, I'm just trying to, where do we stand with the 285 plan between ourselves, Denver, Cherry Hills Village, Sheridan? Is that part of the conversation regarding the bridge itself on 285? One of you guys can take the answer, take the question.
We're looking at each other for the answer. And preferably it would be Director Rachael who could answer that. So I would glad to answer that as a council, enter it as a council request. But what I can tell you is in our CIP discussion, the CIP review committee, we have been taking a hard look at that project in terms of the funding that council has already allocated to it, and the likelihood that that will not even come close to funding that with what we have from CDOT and Dr. Cog. But I think you're talking more about the mobility study along the corridor, is that right? Okay, if you don't mind, I'll enter that as a council request.
That's fine with me, yes. Thank you. Anything further from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
Mayor, since
Yes.
we're not accepting all of the proposed changes, or we need to make
Well, I guess we're at that point now.
do we need to make an amendment? Or can we
What-
just move to pass it minus one adjustment?
Which adjustment is it that you're looking to make?
To remove the grant project.
You're right. Sorry about that. Well, can we get a motion on the table and then make an amendment to the one part that we want to make? So can I get a motion on the table for 11C1?
I move 11C1.
Thank you, Member Noonkamp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonkamp, do you have an amendment to make?
I do. I move that we remove the plan modification under governance, revenue, and finance. Add project, develop a business case for council consideration as part of the 2025 operating budget for a grant writer position.
Thank you, Member Noonkamp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Pring. All right, so we have a first, a second on the amendment to remove the grant writer and just keep that as the budget process. So any comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
I'm gonna vote no. Not necessarily because of that, but because of a couple other things in here, but no.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 1 nay.
All right. And do we now just vote on the motion as amended? All right.
Mayor, I have another
Go
amendment
ahead.
I'd like to propose. I agreed with Member Noonenkamp's concerns about the sustainability goal change to reduce community-wide emissions. So I move to remove that change to reduce community-wide emissions by 60% by 2030 and 90% by 2050.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. What? Gotta write it down. Member Russell. All right, so this is to remove the 60%? The targets? The
Just
60 and
to
90?
leave it as it was before, to remove the change. So the previous was reduce carbon emissions from city-owned residential and commercial buildings.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Okay. And any further comments? Go ahead, Member Noonkamp.
I have a comment. I'll be supporting the amendment tonight, just because I need more information before we lock and load this. But I do think I would like to have a conversation with staff about the number more, because it is an ambitious target, and more clarity around how we got here and the aspirational nature of it would be helpful. So I'm happy to see this again with more background. But I'm happy to keep it where we were until I see the background to make the change.
Mayor, if it's okay,
Yes.
Mel England is happy to do that. She's actually offered that. So if council would like to do more of a deeper dive on the targets and how she came up with them and how the commission engaged, we could certainly do that for you.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. I would be happy with that. I would be voting no against the amendment. I believe the 90% is what is being, 60% is doable. So the Sustainability Commission did look at some of the targets. The 60% is more feasible than the 90%, even though I believe the state is asking for a 90% commitment from cities. So the Sustainability Commission did take that into account, but also did take into account what is probably more feasible for a city of our size, and moved it down to 60%. So I would be voting no, but I would be open to having a conversation if this amendment does pass by the city council. So any further comments? All right, with that, can we please vote on the amendment to keep the emissions as currently stated?
That wasn't the amendment, was it?
As currently stated. So right now we're changing it to 60% by 2030 and 90% by 2050. So I'm saying what it was previous to this being written. Is that correct?
Is that what you,
Mayor Pro Tem?
That's another way of getting at the same thing, is removing the change. So we're
Removing the
keeping
change.
the
There we
old
go.
wording, not going with a new wording.
Yeah. Keep the old word.
So that eliminates the 60 and 90% community-wide thing, yeah.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you. All right, and we are now at, well, any other amendments? All right. Seeing none, can I get a, we already had the motion, so can we vote on, let's vote on the motion with the amendments,
As
Moving
amended,
along, aye.
correct? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy City Manager, and thank you very much, Liz, I'm trying to think of your last name, Ramsey. All right, thank you so much.
One follow-up, Mayor. Would a majority of council want a study session on the sustainability topics?
I would like one. Member Noonenkamp shaking her head, yes, no. Go ahead.
I would just say I would support one because I do think it should be a measurable goal.
Yes.
I just need to know what I'm committing to before I do it.
Yeah, we definitely need to have like a metric to it. So anyone else in favor of having that discussion? Or can we at least just get the information that's requested by council in terms of the measurable results? Let's get that at that point, and then we can discuss whether or not it needs to be a study session item.
So maybe a council request first?
Yeah, let's do a council request. All right. Thank you very much, Deputy City Manager. And moving on to 11C2, City Attorney Tamara Niles here to discuss the council policies regarding public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. As we discussed last week during the special study session when council considered an ordinance changing our municipal code regarding public comment, this is the related item regarding our council policies regarding public comment. So while we have code that provides general rules and we adopted on first reading, modifying our general rules to reflect our current practice, the actual details of public comment is actually contained within our council policies. We had a study session, discussed the various policies, and discussed a proposal for staff to bring back for council consideration. Our council policies are approved by motion, so it would just be a majority vote to approve them, and it goes into effect immediately. So if council does approve by motion changes to our public comment and other council policies tonight, they would go into effect tonight and be in effect for our next public meeting, the first meeting in May. So here's all the proposed revisions for public comment that we discussed during the study session. The first one is to eliminate public comment. Eliminate online comment. And just a response to the person that spoke regarding that tonight, the ADA does also apply here. So let's say if we do decide to eliminate online public comment, if someone truly does have a disability, and providing an accommodation would be to allow them to have an online public comment, that would be something we would consider, as it would be required by the ADA. So that is an exception, even though it does not specifically say that in our council policies. It would limit public comment to 3 minutes per speaker, 60 minutes total. The timing would not be proposed to be changed, so that would still be around 7 o'clock right at the beginning of the meeting. The clock would start when the mayor calls the name, but I did write unless there's impaired mobility. Again, this is an ADA issue. So if someone is slower reaching the podium due to a disability, then as written, it would give them more time to get up to the podium before we start the clock. It also would require people to speak in order of the sign-up unless they spoke within the last 90 days. We do anticipate it would still include an online pre-sign-up following our current process, but then they could also sign up here at the meeting. And so they would speak in the order they signed up. If you sign up, let's say on the Monday before, then you'd be higher in the order. If, however, you spoke in the last 90 days, you're at the bottom of the list. AV materials would be provided to the city no later than Wednesday at 5 p.m. Of course, our current practice is that unvetted, unsecure flash drives can be put directly into our city system. It usually requires some city staff time, a little bit of a delay while it gets up and running. What we would propose is they can provide it to the city ahead of time, so we can ensure that it doesn't have a virus, and the city clerk's office can put it into this same presentation that staff uses. It's a single document that we can just flip through. So it's easy for people to use. You just grab the remote or the little clicker here, and we anticipate it would be a seamless process. They could email it, they could drop off a flash drive, but it would be that Wednesday at 5 p.m. so that they can get it input into the city system for this presentation. It does, clarify for an enforcement of our municipal code regarding the requirement that people provide their address, cross streets, or if they live outside of the city where they reside. It does clarify that they will not be allowed to speak if they refuse. So our municipal code does require it. It also clarifies that only written materials and nothing else may be provided to council by a speaker. This is something we did impose administratively when people started giving council gifts or other items. We do have a gift limitation for city council, and we were concerned that some of the gifts may have exceeded the price. So we do currently only allow written materials, so this would formalize that. This is something we didn't discuss during study session, but I added it because when we were here during but outside the council meeting and our IT staff was in here as well, there was a discussion as why are there cameras all over when the alcove in between the two doors is specifically designed for cameras. So we have had some issues with cameras that are blocking staff view of both the presenters and the screen. We did set up a little table that we put a label on for media, but we would propose that it actually be put where this room was designed for cameras. So as proposed, it would prohibit flash photography because it can be distracting, other distractions from people speaking into their cameras, and it would also remove distractions from people setting up and removing cameras during the city council meeting up here. It also would eliminate blocking staff views and attendee views from cameras that are set up at the front of the room, and that tripping hazards created from cords and other equipment. We did provide an exception for council recognitions. As we saw tonight, when people are up here, people want to come up and take a photo. So if there is a time specifically designated for people to take photos, then they can come up and take photos, obviously. And then clarifications to align with current practice. This isn't applicable to municipal code, to public comment. But this is a cleanup once a year. We try to align our council policies to either discrepancies or to align with our current practice. So it eliminates the conflict between municipal code and policies regarding the council meeting holiday schedule, and clarifies that council members can waive for themselves notice of a special meeting. This came up when we were required to, if we don't announce a special meeting during the meeting, we're required to give council members at least 24 hours notice. We did have a case come up where I personally notified a council member of a special meeting, and I said, do you intend to enforce the 24-hour notice requirement or a written notice requirement? And they said, no, I know about the meeting, I don't know it. So this makes it clear that that is okay. Also clarifies that no person may disrupt a meeting in any way. Currently, we just say through boo, clap, yell, or speak. And we formalize the current procedure for meeting cancellation and rescheduling when it requires a resolution and when it can just be done by announcement. And that's it.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles, for the presentation. Any questions for members of council? Member Prang?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for clarifying that ADA would cover online needs. I don't want to see online public comment go away. And actually, I would like to see us do a little more work to address some of the things that our public commenter, Ms. Anderson, brought up around safety. I do think that I haven't seen disruption from public comment through online commenting since I've been on council. I understand that we've had periods of time where perhaps it was an issue, but the more I've thought about it since our study session, I do believe that this is an access and inclusion issue, and I'm especially concerned about members of our community who may have some kind of safety issue or another, whether it be someone who's been a victim of domestic violence, someone who uses different pronouns and doesn't want to out themselves to our community but wants to be involved, etc. So I would like to see us have a little more information around best practices and how we can enforce some of what's already in code in our policy, but also make it fair to those who may have some safety concerns. I also think online public comment, there's a socioeconomic piece to that. So, say someone has to work during our meetings and their job doesn't afford them the ability to leave and come to make public comment, and they can alter their lunch hour and call in to make public comment. I just think there's lots of issues around that. And then also, can someone clarify me or remind me how we came up with the 3 minutes starting when a person's name is called? I think that sets up the facilitator of our meeting or the presiding officer for that meeting for kind of a subjective call on how long it takes someone to come up to get to the podium. So I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that piece either, and I'd just like a little bit of a
I could answer
reminder.
that one because I think there might be a misunderstanding on that one. So this is one that I did bring up as part of the AV materials. So it didn't really have to do with when somebody was referenced, saying, the first speaker tonight is blah, 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 and then they come up. That was not that. It was more just when I reference someone to speak, the clock starts at that moment where I say your name and your address and cross streets. That's where it should start. Part of the reason why is because of the AV materials. There's been times where we just had issues with starting up the AV. And so what I'm trying to prevent is just a delay on getting this. I'm fine removing that requirement if we have a process in place for vetting the AV materials prior to that, so that we don't have the delay that we've experienced in the past. So I think it's more that we just keep the public comment moving, not necessarily from people trying to get up to the podium.
Okay, that's helpful clarity. And I'm not adverse to that being in here if we can just get better verbiage around what you just described. So I think that could be part of the update, but just clarifying once someone is at the podium and you ask for the name and cross streets, and then we're enforcing from there.
So just so I'm clear, that would be a revision to state to start the clock when the person reaches the podium, or
when the presiding member of council, just acknowledges the speaker with name and address or cross streets.
Can I weigh in on that?
Sure, go ahead.
I think that let's fix the problem we're trying to fix, not control when they start. I mean, the minute you say that, then give it to them. They say their name and their address, and then the clock starts. And the problem you are trying to fix is because they bring stuff up. Put that in your little disclaimer at the beginning. I hate that disclaimer, but put it in there. If you have materials that you want distributed to council, could you bring it around to the clerk before we start public comment at all, so that they can just come up and bring their information I mean, we are limiting them already. And to limit them even farther, that is, I mean, I'm pretty upset with how much we're doing here.
Thank
So-
you, Member Russell. I think to your second point, I think that's what the fifth bullet is looking to achieve. So as I stated earlier, I think it's more just making sure that the materials are provided prior to the council meeting. So Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you. A couple thoughts here. I had the same reaction to the timing, so I support removing that change. As far as personal safety or security of an individual, I did look, we are not making changes to also the ability to just say your council district, which I think anonymizes you significantly. And it's a balance, right? Because it is public comment. It is in the public. And so we are balancing some of that. I appreciate that we're leaving the council district option. And then also if anyone would ever feel uncomfortable speaking to us in the public realm, they can certainly email us privately, which I think is a wonderful option as well. The one that I had a question about was AV materials. My recollection is that we had 4 votes to no longer allow AV materials in public comment. So we can revisit that, but I do think, and I actually went back and watched some of the video, and I remember praying, saying, not everyone has that opportunity, not everyone has the ability to bring those resources, and I do think it ends up being quite distracting, and it is public comment, not public presentation. And I think for us to maintain the purpose of this time, I really appreciate the printed materials, but I would support removing the AV component altogether, which I thought, again, we had support for. So I'd like to see that changed.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. That actually was one question that I think we discussed, was whether or not, because when we did have the discussion during study session, my mistake was not circling which one had a majority of the votes, and so I did ask City Attorney to just reference the video. So, but I kind of recollect that it was what you stated, Member Noonan-Camp, but I didn't know whose light went up first. Member Wright, go ahead.
Quick to the draw. I personally enjoy the AV material. Sometimes you need to be able to visually see a video in order to appreciate what a citizen is trying to say. And one of the things, I was under the impression that the connection there is not connected to any other equipment within the city, and maybe our IT support here could confirm, so that the possibility of any kind of virus or anything else is eliminated, and that's why we have that. And I could give a couple of examples of, well, we were having all the rain last year and the duck ponds, all that flooding, and someone was trying to explain to us without that visual of what was going on there, without that video, you could not appreciate what that citizen was trying to say to us. So I you know, if they provide it when they get here and it could be uploaded quickly, I don't understand why there's such an issue. This is the only time citizens could come and address us all at once. Someone had mentioned, well, they could come to town halls. I have talked to citizen after citizen the past couple of weeks that people that agree with you typically go to your town halls. People that disagree with you may go to your town hall, but the people that support you the most will go to your town hall, and not all 7 of us are there. So if they feel that they could get their message across by a video, I think we should allow that. We are already cutting their time. Every time I came to speak to council, I would stumble and I'd have such a difficult time. If I could have recorded it and plugged it in, I would have. And I think we need to recognize that. And people, I don't know, it's a lot for people to prepare their speeches and come and speak. And some people have an easy time of it. Others do not. I did not. And I think we need to remember that. This is their time to address us. And I have big issues with this 60-minute maximum time. Like I said, it's, this. And one question I have, City Attorney, when we had this study session on this, a question I had asked is, how long will it take before this comes to City Council? And if I recall correctly, I was told it'd take a couple of months. And we're a month out and it's coming to us. Maybe you or the mayor or somebody could answer me. Is there a reason for a push for this to come to us and to change so quickly?
No one in particular said we need to have this by today's date. I just try to stay on top of my workload, and I usually give a longer deadline than I think I can actually complete it because I like to be early. I just worked faster than I thought I would.
Yeah. Quick warrior McGraw. I'm just wondering, people are becoming aware of this, and maybe postpone it for citizens to come and say how they feel about it. We had one today as they become more aware of this. So, thank you.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
I've been resistant to get into discussion since we're in question time, but I feel like I'm missing an opportunity here. Could we just confine it to questions in keeping with Robert's Rules of Order, and then go in discussion after we have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's keep it to questions. No questions, Member Prang. So, any further questions for the City Attorney? So no further questions. All right, I've heard several items here that are up for discussion. Online comment, the AV materials, as well as the presiding officer were the three main ones that I heard. So do we want to start with online comment or any? Go ahead, Member Nunez.
I think we need to start with a motion.
Well, that's true. We got to start with the motion. So go ahead, Member Nunez.
What's the number? Sorry.
11C2.
I move 11C2.
Thank you, Member Nunez. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, now further comments. Go ahead, Member Prang.
So I'd like to come back to online public comment. I do think that it further limits the ability for our public to interact with council regarding it being public, and that's why it's called public comment. I still maintain my concerns about accessibility, inclusivity, and safety, and I would like to have more information. I'm happy to make that as a council request. But I don't think that we have full information on best practices around that and how we can both enforce what we need to enforce, but also allow for people who may have special circumstances that we should allow for so that they can come speak to our body. And I had one other thought, but I lost it. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Member Prang. Mayor Pro Tem?
If I remember correctly from our study session discussion on this, this was mostly about some of the downsides of having online public comment, and that there's less accountability to the person who's there. And so, I know a number of cities dealt with profanity and anti-Semitism and a number of things that are much more difficult to control in an online public comment setting. So from that perspective, I think you can actually do a lot of harm to the community if you have kind of an open, that open forum from the online public comment. That combined with the fact that it's something that's utilized occasionally, but quite rarely since COVID. I mean, of course, we had several years there where that was the only way we had had public comment, but it fell off pretty quickly after that. And I just feel like it's the juice is not worth the squeeze. Having for the amount of interaction we get that way, the risks that come with it are not particularly worth it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Nunez.
I've really gone back and forth on this one. In the study session, I went back and forth on it as well for many of the reasons that Member Prang has raised. and I appreciate the ADA piece, but there are many reasons why someone might need to use online public comment besides a disability. So Member Prang, if you're interested in making a motion for an amendment, I think I would be supportive.
Thank you, Member. I'll just say my piece here as well. And so I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. My concern around the online comment is just the anti-Semitism and some of the other things that we've seen. So, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, but the moment we allow online public comment, they are free to use their 3 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever the time limit is, and say whatever it is that they want to say. And other cities, what they have done is some cities have just walked away, or city council members have walked away during online public comment and let the person rant, and the public still has to hear it. So I'm concerned about that aspect of it. Yes, it hasn't happened here, but it's happened in the Denver metro area quite frequently over a few month period earlier in the year. So that's my concern, and just the fact that we would allow it, but people are allowed to say what they want. Fortunately, we're not able to control it once we allow it. So that's my concern. I would still like to eliminate it, but I understand the concerns of eliminating public online comment for those that need it. So
Would you like
go
me
ahead,
to provide?
City Attorney.
Okay, so the legal basis on that, and I understand people need this as an accommodation or for safety or confidentiality reasons that you referenced. However, as the mayor pointed out, if we allow it, which we don't have to do, but if we do, then we have to sit and take it. And city council can get up and walk out, but everybody else has to listen to it. And other cities, quite a few cities in Colorado over the past few months have had to deal with it. So our options are just sit and take it or cut them off and risk a First Amendment violation. So that's why we looked at, okay, what are other options that people can communicate with city council? And one discussion was, well, we could at least require them to have their cameras on so at least we can see who they are. However, there are filters and other things that what we see on their camera may not be who they actually are. So then we looked at what are other methods of communication that people have with their council members. They can email, they can write letters, they can come to the town hall meetings, but as you noted, not all council members generally go to those. We looked at, they can come to the coffees or the cocktails or the community events, or they have, I think most of your phone numbers are public. They could also just reach out and give you a call individually. So we thought, given that there are a significant alternative ways that people can contact their council members, that immunizes us from the risk of a First Amendment violation if we just can't take it and cut them off. It was our recommendation that we'll side with just not allowing public comment and instead rely on these alternative methods of communication.
Thank you. Member Prank?
I guess I'm just wondering then what prevents someone from in person coming and doing the same thing? And why are we wanting to cut off all access to public comment? And I also wanted to respond to Mayor Pro Tem's, it's not worth the squeeze. I'm going to take offense on behalf of the people that I'm trying to advocate for, and say that that's just an offensive comment. I don't think that brushing over people's safety concerns is something that we should be doing up here on the dais. The First Amendment concerns and the troubles that you're referencing that we could get into, I feel like could happen in person as well. And so we're not having an ongoing issue. We're limiting people's access to speak to us. I'm not hearing a strong argument to shift me from wanting to remove this from the motion and from the updates. I think that we need to do more work to look at cities that maybe have encountered some of these issues and how they've dealt with it. And I also think that this is 2024. And I think that removing public comment online is taking us backwards. There's softwares available that help cities manage their agendas, et cetera, and we haven't had any look into options like that. So I do feel like we're rushing a decision on this, and I will vote no if we can't get an amendment through to remove the online public comment. piece.
Thank you, Member Prank. I think Member Russell, you were next, and they were coming back over here. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And there were a few good speakers tonight, and Ms. Weipert did a really good job. I always carry this Constitution with me, and I was going to read this tonight, and Ms. Weipert already did, but I'm going to read it again. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. And I think that also applies to us as a city council. And I don't think that our process has been broken. Why fix it? Are we trying to eliminate people from putting things online, going after each of us? What are we really trying to do here? A few weeks ago, when 5280 came, there were a lot of people, and I think public comment went on for a couple of hours. Maybe it was it more than a couple of hours? And both sides were represented, and things got worked out. And I really feel like our job as council members is to listen to what the public has to say. It doesn't happen all the time. And fortunately, that night, the comment went on for over a couple hours. We didn't have that much on the agenda. And I think in some of these things, if we want to bring them in line with the code, we probably should do that. But maybe some of the things that need to be in line with the code, maybe the code needs to be changed instead of our policy. This has been an established practice for decades. I mean, probably since 1953. I don't know. I don't go back that far. I mean, I go back that far probably, but I wasn't involved in things way back then. But I think what could happen is, because we've had this practice and then we cut it back, people are going to perceive that we are trying to control them and to shut them down. And I think it's a pretty serious thing that we're doing here. I think it's something that we should look at these again and think about it. I, in many ways, would like to table this tonight because it's already getting late. And just think through this. I mean, there's a lot of things here we need to talk about. There's been things added here that weren't discussed even at the study session. So that's what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Who's first over on this side?
I think Member Noonan.
Go ahead, Member Noonan-Kemp.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on the online piece again. And the mayor's and the mayor pro tem's motivations here around protecting us from potential hate speech, I think is laudable, and I appreciate the work of the city attorney's office on it. And typically, I think we should be proactive in this kind of thing. But I think another option is to leave it the way that it is. And if something happens, then we can always have this conversation again. Nothing precludes us from responding if and when that happens. But until that happens, I'm not sure I'm ready to claw back something that we've been providing without having a negative experience with it. And so I am supportive of keeping it for that reason. I think it's maybe a touch too cautious for me at this point.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Kemp. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to respond to Member Prang's unfortunate offense taking. I have a different opinion than you, Member Prang, on this, and that's fine. But I don't think there's any reason for offense. What I'm concerned about, and I get where Member Noonan-Kemp is coming from, I get your concerns as well. What I'm concerned about is that this is going to come to Englewood, and that's not going to be a fun night when we get when we get rants of unaccountable people online. Something that happens when you come and stand in front of a person and you have to show your face and say your name in person is you're held accountable by your community for what you say. You're saying it right here in front of the citizens. Being able to turn off your your video monitor and say whatever you want removes that accountability. That's why you don't see the cities having this problem with the racist and anti-Semitic comments from in person. People take advantage of the impersonal distance that the online public comment. So maybe there's a misunderstanding, because that's my biggest concern. I don't think the risk is worth the effort. That's what I meant by the juice is not worth the squeeze there. And so that's why I'm in favor of eliminating it. But, you have a different opinion, that's fine too.
All right, do we want to get an amendment on the online comment piece? Because we've had quite a bit of discussion on that. Go ahead, Member Prang.
So I don't know how to do this.
No, yeah, so just make a
But
motion to amend.
So I move to amend the original
To continue
motion
to allow
to remove the eliminate online public comment.
Second.
Approval.
Thank you, Member Prang, and Member Noonekamp, you seconded. All right, any further comments? I'll make a comment. I'm not completely against eliminating online comment, but based off what we discussed tonight in terms of my concerns around continuing online comment, I am going to be voting nay on this, but it does sound like there's going to be the votes for it. So, and with that, can we please vote on the amendment?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Nay.
Member Noonekamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Member Wright,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Defeated.
So that amendment failed. Should we move on to the next item, which is the AV materials? Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
I move to amend city council policies to, I'm trying to see where it's at. I apologize. Remove the ability to share audiovisual materials during public comment.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Could I get a second on that?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any comments on the AV materials?
Can you clarify that motion for me, please? I just didn't catch it. I think it was clear.
To remove the ability to share audiovisual materials during public comment.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Any comments? So I'll make a comment. I will be voting in favor of that. There's many ways to get AV materials to City Council. I don't believe that within public comment that it should be used. So there's always a way that you could email it to us or provide it to the city clerk and distribute it without having to use it during public comment. So I will be voting in favor of this. Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree with that. I'm gonna be voting in support of this one. I think the comment I made in the study session, which I'll repeat now, is that City Council doesn't get when I want to make an argument for why I'm going to vote some way, I don't get to play a little video explaining it. This is a public forum where we speak. We speak with our voices, and I think just keeping that the same for everyone in the room is appropriate.
All right, with no further comments, can we please vote on the amendment to not allow AV materials?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonekamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Member Wright,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you. Presiding officer. So this is starts the clock when the mayor calls name unless impaired mobility. How do you say that? I can't say it right now. Anyway, that wasn't what I was referencing. So did anyone want to make the amendment or? Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
Okay. I move to amend city council policies this draft to remove the 3-minute clock beginning immediately when the mayor calls the speaker's name.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Could I get a second on that?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson.
Where-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Where is that in the list?
So it is the third bullet on that first, after background, so public comment addressing city council. So it says start clock when mayor calls name unless impaired mobilely.
Okay.
And in the policies, it's J1A.
Okay, and so what was the motions?
So here we're saying that the clock will not start when I first call the name, so.
Okay, thank you.
And when will it start?
That's a good question. So the presiding officer was still asked for that. So, yeah, I guess we didn't provide clarity on that aspect of it. So go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
I was going to ask the same thing, but
Yeah.
I wasn't recognized, so I turned my microphone off. I think it's the city clerk's office that starts the clock, and sometimes it's not clear when they're supposed to start that, if people are fumbling with something or not quite set up yet. So I would like to be able to provide them clarity as to when they should start that clock
Right.
to make sure they're meeting your expectation.
And I was going to jump in just real quick. So the way that I was thinking about it when this was brought up was the moment the presiding officer asked for the name and address. And I guess I could kind of see Member Russell's point as well. When they say their name and their address, then the clock would start. So I'm fine with either of those two.
And I would agree with that.
Okay,
That's
with the
typically
second
when
one,
I see the clock.
when the person states their
After
name.
they state their name and their address.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Member Newcamp.
I was just gonna say, can we make it simple and just say when they start speaking? Then it's not, the back and forth, it's just when they start speaking, the clock starts.
I just wonder about a delay. That's the only thing. But go
Oh,
ahead,
and-
Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just, I think the concern we were getting at with this one is the number of times where people would intentionally delay at the dais before they started speaking. And so if you do it when the mayor, acknowledges them, then they can start speaking immediately and the time starts speaking. So it gives them a signal as to when they should start.
Well, if
Member
we're,
Wright, go ahead.
if we're cutting our time to schedule people by 2 minutes as it is, and we then are going to cut that few seconds, I mean, every second counts. It just, if they're going to be stumbling for time, and then we could just say, start the clock. And if we say that at the beginning, if you're going to delay time, we will start that clock.
Thank you, Member Wright. So do we have I am fine with starting when they start talking. So I don't need to make this more difficult than it needs to be. So with clarifications, if everybody shakes their head when the speaker starts speaking, we will start the clock. All right. Go ahead, Member Newcamp.
Do I need to amend my amendment?
Well, could we put unless the presiding officer directs otherwise? Because then what would stop somebody from standing up here for 57 minutes to make sure they're the only one that gets to speak? So perhaps a clarification to amend to state the 3-minute clock shall begin immediately when the speaker starts speaking unless the presiding officer directs otherwise.
Great. I'm amend my amendment to now say to remove the 3-minute clock shall begin immediately when the mayor calls the speaker's name unless the speaker requires additional time to reach the podium due to impaired mobility, and replace it with the 3-minute clock will start when the individual begins speaking unless the presiding officer directs otherwise.
Thank you, Member Newcamp. Got a good
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro
Still,
Tem.
yep.
All right, any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnham.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, any further amendments? All right, everyone. Anything else to add? Any other comments before voting? Go ahead, Member Prang.
I just want to clarify, while I was in support of those amendments, I still will be voting no due to the online public comment piece. And I think that we're just pushing this through and rushing it, and there's no need to do so, and it wouldn't hurt to have further conversation.
Thank you, Member Prang. So regarding online public comment, Member Prang, you would just want additional information on best practices from other cities before rushing into a decision on online comment. Okay. Okay, so right now we have an amendment with removing online, keeping it, eliminating online comment. So I would be happy to delay the decision on online public comment until we receive a response on a council request on best practices for online comment.
We already voted on that. We can't take it off now.
Are we, City Attorney Niles, go ahead.
A member on the presiding side can move to reconsider the motion to amend. So anyone that voted nay
right,
on the motion to amend can then move to reconsider that vote.
Right.
And then it can be seconded, and then there can be a new vote. Then if you vote yes, you would reconsider it, then it would go back to the original motion, and we would vote again on the original motion.
That's right. So I was one of the nays. So I would like to reopen the online, to keep online comment, move to reconsider online comment. So sorry, it's getting late. So
I'll second it. I was on presiding side as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I am not opposed to doing that, but I am very frustrated that we are going to change the whole thing right now. I asked before if we could table the whole thing till later. That would have happened. But now you're opening it again because you all want to change it, and we're still rushing all of it through without looking at all of it and getting more information on all of it. So I'm opposed to that.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Wright.
I agree. We're changing one thing. I'm adamantly opposed to this. A vote is going to be changed on one item so that the vote for everything will be pushed through.
That is exactly.
And that is wrong.
Thank you.
I won't say what I'm.
Yeah, thank you, Member Wright. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you very much. So, City Attorney Niles, keep me clear here.
So now we will revote, and we can have additional discussion on the now pending motion to amend the council policies to remove the elimination of online public comment.
Right.
So now that is the motion that's now pending before council.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. So any comments or?
So do we need to make another motion?
No, it's already pending. So now
Okay.
we're reconsidering the motion that was already made and seconded.
Okay, so the motion on the table now is with the amendments to keep online comment, remove AV materials, as well as the presiding officer. Those are the 3 items that we have on the table, correct?
Well, the only question before you is, should we remove the elimination of online public comment from the proposed council policies?
Okay. That's what I'm getting, okay. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Did we do that whole amendment thing right? Because only the people that voted nay should have voted, correct?
No, only a person on the prevailing side can make the motion to reconsider. So
And the second had to be from the prevailing side also?
So the mayor was on the prevailing side, so he could make the motion to reconsider. And then it needed a second, and then everyone votes on whether to reconsider. So that motion passed. So now we are reconsidering the original motion to amend to remove the elimination of online public comment. So the motion to reconsider has passed, and the original motion that originally failed is now up for discussion and then vote again.
Didn't we just vote on that too, though, or not yet?
We just voted on the motion to reconsider. So we have now approved the motion for a revote on the original motion to amend.
Okay.
It's complicated.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'm happy to delay this portion of it till we get some more information if that's what is needed at this point in time.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Support this.
All right. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Are we voting on delaying it or voting on?
No, this is to keep online comment.
Keep online comment. To remove that we're eliminating it.
Right.
This vote is to keep online public comment. What did we
Correct.
vote on before then?
To motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Voting on online.
To keep online comment. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you. And so now we have a motion on the table with the amendments. So any further comment? Go ahead, Member Russell, were you gonna, saw you reaching, so.
It is very annoying that I probably would have supported the online public comment at some point. You all changed just to pass this whole thing tonight to set it in motion. That is incredibly wrong. I will be voting no.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wright.
I would like to put a motion forward to delay this. So further discussion could be had, especially with there's changes in here that we did not discuss. And it is being pushed through incredibly quickly.
Second.
Thank you, Member Wright and Member Russell. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Can we have a motion to table after we already have a motion on the floor?
I was gonna say.
You can't.
I'll double check, but I believe a motion to table is a primary motion that cannot be made when another motion is pending.
Right.
Versus a motion to amend is a secondary motion that can be made to amend a pending motion.
Okay,
But
all of that then.
let me double check.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I make a comment while she researches that? This is not being rushed through. We've been discussing this for 6 months. We've had study sessions on it. We've had plenty of opportunity for people to weigh in on it. So I reject that idea, and I know it's a sound way to make something seem as though it's we shouldn't be doing it, but it's just not true. We've been talking about revising public comment procedures since at least October, I think.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was going to second or state that as well. So we originally were going to discuss this last summer. We had it on the agenda, at least within the calendar, around September timeframe. But obviously we had a very busy last 6 months last year. This has not been rushed. We had a study session a couple weeks back discussing this item as well. So we have been doing our due diligence. Obviously, when we're talking about each individual item that we have right in front of us, there's not going to be, people are going to have different opinions about things. So this is the only way to really flesh out exactly what it is that people are comfortable with. So it may not look pretty, but this is one way to hear everyone's voice on what's important to them. And it's not going to be something that just everyone's going to agree with. That's the reason why we're doing this in front of the public in order for them to understand what it is that we're trying to achieve. So I am comfortable moving forward as is. Member Wright, did you have your light on, or was it Member Prang? Okay, well, Member Prang still has her light on. I thought you had your light on too. Go ahead, Member Prang.
No, I just turned mine off. Is it me? Yes. Okay, so not everyone is here to give their opinion on this, and it is council policy. And while I appreciate the shift in the movement to reconsider the online public comment that I felt so passionate about, I am hearing concerns. We weren't here when this first, two of your council members were not here when you began discussions on this, and it's council policy and we don't have a full body. And so I'm feeling a little torn on, whether to, people perceive it being pushed through or not. I think that Member Ward's input could be valuable to this discussion. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Member Prang. City Attorney Niles.
Yes, a motion to table is out of order until the underlying motion to approve the council policies as amended is voted upon.
Thank you. Member Russell, go ahead.
I agree with what Member Prang said, and I don't know that we've discussed it. It's been out there that we're going to discuss it. We did have a study session a couple of weeks ago, and things just got pushed through. Maybe some of you have been discussing it behind closed doors, and not everybody's discussed it at the same time. But I absolutely agree. We don't have a full body, and a lot of times, matter of fact, 99% of the time, you're all waiting to have a full body here. And I think this is something very important. Part of the problem is the seven of us sit up here and talk all the time. We haven't really put word out that inviting people to come, where do you stand on this? There were a few people that called, or somebody called in. There were a couple of people that spoke tonight about it. It's not really open and transparent. And if you all think that you can make these decisions without input from the public, that's where you're going wrong. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anything? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Go ahead. You said anything. I just want to amend, however I have to amend, to table this from the motion that was going before.
I think right now, some City Attorney Niles, you said the motion's on the table, so go.
Yes, we would have to vote on the motion on the table. So from your perspective, if you don't think it should be approved tonight, that it should be considered at a later date, then the vote would be no. You don't want to approve the amendments tonight.
Right. Any further comment from members of council? We've been talking about, go ahead.
I just want to make sure you saw me. You can finish.
Well, I was going to say, so I do understand the concerns. Member Russell, I don't appreciate the fact that you feel that we're talking behind closed doors. I think this probably would have gone a lot smoother had we been talking behind closed doors. We're not. So this is the fact that I just don't like the insinuation that we're making decisions behind the public's back. That's not what's happening. This is a difficult decision for many of us. We all have different opinions. But I do understand the concern that you have in terms of not having a full council here. I do understand the fact that you want more public comment. I get that. I'm kind of torn here because I do feel that we've been having a lot of discussion. I guess the one comment that does get me is the fact that Member Prang did mention that the two of you have not been present during this entire conversation. But I think the meat of this has started up during the last few months. But I'm cognizant of that concern that you happen to have. So, Member Noonan-Camp.
A couple things from me. My instinct at our last meeting actually was also like, oh, should we have a full council present to talk about council policies? And I asked Member Ward, I said, oh, should we wait on that? Do you want to be here for that? And he said, no, it's fine. Go ahead. So I feel comfortable voting tonight because of that, because I literally...
Private conversation with you?
because when we were wrapping up last week's meeting, yes, I did, because if we needed to delay, then we needed to take action the next morning in mayor manager. So just, I'm being transparent to say that is information that I'm bringing into this meeting. The other thing is, I don't think this is rushed. We had a study session over a month ago on this topic. We discussed it at length in the public view, and we are here. We've discussed it at length this evening. I don't feel the need to delay. I think it's been very transparent.
Call for the question.
We're in public, we're in comment, so go ahead.
Respectfully, I have the right to speak about my vote the same way anyone else does, and I don't appreciate being interrupted or being cut off. Let's at least try to remain respectful and have some decorum in the body. So I think insinuating that there's any kind of backdoor dealing happening is really inappropriate and in bad faith. So I hope we can vote on this, and I think it's a perfectly appropriate thing for us to do.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think it was wildly out of line for Member Russell to accuse us of having backdoor conversations and then to double down on it when Member Russell asked Member Ward if he wanted us to delay this after a council meeting. That is just totally inappropriate, and that baseline of accusations against other council members is what creates mistrust between council members and between the community. If you're making these accusations, there are people out there who are going to believe them, and you are making them up. And I just don't think that's healthy for the body at all. But to return to the discussion at hand, we know where Member Ward stands on this stuff because he was at the study session. We had a study session on it, you know, and he weighed in on all of these things. So I don't think he's missing out at all on being able to weigh in tonight. We can vote on it, and we can have a further discussion and change policies down the line. Again, these are policy changes changed by motion, or changed by resolution.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, I see no further comments. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Nay.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Wright.
Nay.
I guess it's over.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 3-3.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the spirited conversation. Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. And with that, we are moving to Mayor's Choice. So just one item for tonight, since it is late in the evening. So just want to make everyone aware that we are going to be having a special meeting next Monday, the 22nd. The reason why it would be a special meeting is because we're going to have second reading of Council Bill 11, the lead reduction program. All right. And council member's choice. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I would like to get the amendments to the council policies back on the agenda again so we can have the discussion with the full council. It sounds like everybody was in support of having further discussion on this. So I wanted to see if we could move that forward to another meeting when the full council is here.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would be in favor of that. Anyone as
You
well?
cannot.
Go ahead.
It was voted down. That means it can't come up again for a while, correct, City Attorney?
Let me look at the timing.
Okay.
We certainly could have a motion for reconsideration on the winning side. Before we bring it back, though, I would like to get the information requested by Councilmember Prang. If anyone else would like any additional information, please reach out to me and I will get that. So if it works for council, I would like to gather and submit that information before bringing it back.
That sounds good, Tamara. Thank you very much, City Attorney. All right. Any further comments for council member's choice? Go ahead.
Thank you. In our packs was the upholstery colors that were provided by the city manager that we have to choose from and I guess have consensus on. There was a eucalyptus, a pine needle, a blueberry, and an anchorage. Yeah. They're ready to move forward, yay. Kind of looking at colors, I think the darker it is with the lighting, the darker it makes this room. So I didn't know if anybody has a preference. I kind of like the eucalyptus because it makes it lighter in here. I didn't know what anybody else's thoughts were, that we could come to consensus on what people think.
Thank you, Member Wright. I kind of agree. I don't have much of a preference, but the one that stuck out to me was one on the far left, so. Which is the eucalyptus, yeah. So.
Anyone else? Eucalyptus, Mayor Pro Tem?
I think we, just judging by people's reactions, I think they're fine with eucalyptus, so.
Eucalyptus?
I don't think there's much of an opinion.
Member Russell?
Eucalyptus.
I think we're good.
I think it's eucalyptus. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wright. Any further comments on Councilmember's choice? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just wanted to make an announcement. I have a town hall meeting on Thursday night right here in the community room from 7 to 8:30. So for any of the public that would like to attend, I'd love to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. City Manager's report.
I'll delay, Mayor. Thank you. No report.
And with that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Before we adjourn, announcement of a special meeting needs to include time and location.
Oh, okay. So the special meeting, thank you very much for that. So special meeting will be next Monday, the 22nd, starting at 6 p.m. here in the, are we going to have it here in council chamber, or are we going to have it in?
It says here.
We were all thinking it was community room.
It said in the council chamber around the...
Council chamber? I know we had it last time in the council chamber, or in the...
Yeah, it's set on the calendar. It
said here, council chamber. Okay, so we'll have it here in the council chamber, 6 p.m. on the 22nd, the special meeting, so. All right, is that everything? Thank you very much for capturing that, City Attorney Niles. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone have a great evening.